Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth, the truth. You have to go back to the roots, Go to the roots, Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try to run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on the midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one, the memory.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. Please make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, so we can reach a whole host of people. Ladies and gentlemen, I have several topics that we are touching on here, but I have some questions to ask today that I want to throw to you, the viewer out there. Because you see, there's something happening. And this something we cannot ignore. There are several things going on because we've heard about the Pan-African movement, the repatriation. In case you're new here, my channel, I have been talking about these people that moved to Africa, Black people that moved to Africa, and some of their mishaps. Because you see, I am very aware of what is going on here in America. But most Africans, especially my people, Gambians, they are naive to, what America really is. They just see a Black person, they think, oh, they're Black, I'm Black. Because I went to the Gambian Facebook section. A young Gambian by the name of Kausu Samba was killed by the individual here that you see behind me. And the question becomes, what led to this senseless killing? What type of human beings raised these people? That is the question. But I don't have the answers for you. You will have the answers and write it for me over here. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have video clips here about the news. So you don't generally tend to get full detailed information when you go, looking for information in the Gambian, social media section for whatever reason. Because when they post, the death of an individual, all they can do is, may he rest in peace. Oh, may God give them Jannatul Firdaus. Like you can never get real information, which then, it's like, okay, we get it. Someone died. How did they die? who is going to furnish that information? So the first thing I did was go and investigate to find out what happened. Because in the comment section, many Gambians, the things they are writing, it makes me think, okay, like these people are so juvenile, to a point like there's no need for one to continue to pretend like you are a good person. Like, that is not the way to show you are a good person or not. Dig into the information and find the information, bring it to the rest of us, bring it to the rest of the other people, so you can create awareness. Put your feelings aside. This is not about that. But no, people are all caught up in their feelings. They don't want to know real information. But you know me, I have no problem bringing you the real information. So I got this information, and this is out of Wisconsin. What have I been telling you folks here on my channel? And people call me hater. I told you to avoid, areas where, the Blatts are concentrated at, and people don't listen to me. So you see clearly, her face is tattooed up. She got tattoos on her chest. She clearly has issues that she's dealing with. And, I see this type of people all around, wherever. But, the type of world we're living in, especially here in the United States, things that are happening, okay. The way people respond, the Gambians especially, the way they're responding, I don't think they really understand the mindset of most Black people in America. I don't think they truly understand it. Like someone's like, oh, how can a human being just kill another human being? You're the one thinking like that. But what if the person that is doing it is not thinking that way? The reason why it's so easy for that to happen is called hate. How long have I been telling you guys that hate has no color? When most of these people running around here, they're saying they hate white people. And some of you are just like, they are mad at white people. What did white people do to them? The very white people they are saying they hate, what did they do to them? But you see, I told you, if the white man is not there, they will still find someone to hate. And this applies to every type of hater. It doesn't matter if you Black, white, if you have hate in you, that hate it comes out and it manifests and bring death. This is what you're seeing in the inner cities of America. There's lots of Blacks in this country who have hate in them. You have to pay attention to the way they speak about the quote-unquote people they say they hate. Because that which they hide, every human being that you hide in your heart, that is what is manifesting. So that's where death comes from. Premeditated. It's cooked up in their hearts. When you walk around these hoods of America, you see so many young people like her. Now it's the females too. How many videos do you see here online of how most of these people, they happen to be Black, behaving worse than wild animals? I've been calling it out here. Sometimes I get some of these, you Africans, some of you Gambians that call me, underneath talking about, oh no, there's good people. But look, you do that judgment. I am here to bring the news. That's what my job is. You do what you want to do with it. Okay? Plain and simple. So when you sit here, just like the other time, another news came to me, another Gambian. I've been given the warning here to stay away from these black single mothers. You're not listening. So he married one of these black single mothers. So he comes home. He is there sleeping on the couch. And apparently the teenage son of that single mother comes with a baseball bat, and bashes his head in, kills him. Happened not too long ago. So people, you have to have situational awareness, because you have to remember that teenager is angry. His own father is not there. The mama already set him up for failure. He has so much hate in him. So you happen to be there, and he takes out the hate on that man. This is what you're seeing all over America. But I don't want to keep you waiting. Let me show you a news clip here of a Gambian young man losing his life to these same angry situations here that I'm explaining. Let me do my disclaimers here before I start. All right. So we're going to Wisconsin.
Several soccer communities in southeastern Wisconsin are mourning the loss of a talented player who many say was an even better man.
Kausu Sambo was shot and killed this week outside Madison. CBS 58's Adam Reif is in the newsroom tonight after talking to his college coach and former teammates. Adam?
Well, Kausu Sambo was described as a hard-nosed physical midfielder while on the pitch for UW Parkside, but those who knew him best said his inspirational story and his work ethic made more of a lasting impact off the field.
We kind of called it the Kausu smile. Like every time you saw him, he had a huge smile on his face.
Former teammates and coaches say they're in shock after learning of Kausu Samba's death. Samba was born in the Gambia in Western Africa. Friends at UW Parkside said he always made people feel welcome and part of the community.
Well, on the field, he was a hard-nosed player. Off the field, he was very soft-spoken, quiet sometimes.
His disposition to just be there and help and make a difference, regardless of him being a star on the team or just another student athlete.
Samba worked at a car dealership in Middleton. He died Monday after he was allegedly shot by 23-year-old Jakira Anderson, who was upset with a car.
See, this is Jakira. Jakira is only 23 years old. This is a woman. This is a woman. This is why I say Africans, you cannot just, I'm not speaking about Kausu, but I'm just speaking in general. Because many, you just see this tattoo-faced young, black men and black women and men, you just think it's just innocent. This comes from deep-seated anger. They are angry at the world. They are angry at the world. And it doesn't take much, to get them, to tip them off the edge, and they react and bring death to your doorstep.
She leased. Samba's pregnant wife spoke directly to Anderson at her initial court appearance Wednesday.
He was the only one I had, and here I am right now. All I have is my unborn child.
Madison area Representative Samba Balde is also Gambian and spoke highly of Kausu Samba.
He was an excellent person. I know him. He was very active in the community. He was very well loved by his family members.
Kausu was also a member of the Croatian Eagles soccer club in Franklin, driving in from Madison every weekend for games. Kausu's family will soon be arriving from Gambia, and while funeral plans are being finalized, those who knew him best are mourning their friend.
I learned a lot more from him than he learned from me.
He made a big impact while I was there, so rest in peace, Samba. You will be missed.
Now, alleged shooter Jakira Anderson is charged with first-degree intentional homicide by use of a dangerous weapon. She's being held in Dane County on a $1 million bond. This Saturday, the Croatian Eagles plan to hold a memorial for Kausu. That's scheduled to start at 2 p.m. at their clubhouse in Franklin. Here in the newsroom, Adam Rife, CBS 58 News.
So you guys see that, right? You guys see that? Yeah, that's a FBA sister. So rest in peace to Kausu. So apparently she was upset, just angry, it's returning a car that she rented. So she goes, kills him. In fact, they found her at one of their family home. She was chilling like nothing happened. And she's already claiming self-defense because she said she was shoved, right? And in that state, Wisconsin, they believe in stand your ground. So she could possibly even get off, or she would have way less time. And the sad thing is, there was while I'm reading in the Gambian section, I saw where there's this another quote unquote black power sister, FBA person coming there, trying to say, oh, it's just a tragedy for two black people, when that's not the reality. So wake up and leave, guys, and see what's going on. So moving on to the next story here, ladies and gentlemen. So you guys are aware of the they call it anti-gay bills, laws that were passed in several African countries, Uganda, Kenya, and several others. So, I was telling you guys that there's a lot of things that is been, there's an agenda based here. And this agenda, this has been a long time coming, where they want to, quote unquote, transform African culture. And the people that want to transform African culture, these people are not Africans. These are people who, believe that they are superior to Africans. So all this pressure that they are sick, they've already conquered the blacks here in America. The people that want to change Africa's culture, these are the same people that enslaved the blacks. So it's the black people's masters. So when the blacks are getting mad at like ordinary white regular person, they don't know any better. They don't understand who they are working for. So now this Back to Africa movement, is a Trojan horse. And let me explain what a Trojan horse is. Back in the days, during the, like the Greeks, when the Greeks used to have wars. So one of the Greek kingdoms, when they wanted to, enter, because like they used to build walls, so it's hard to penetrate these walls. So what they did was they hid their soldiers in this wooden, it's Troy. Thank you for reminding me. So they hid their soldiers inside this wooden, wood, Trojan horse, that hence the name. So long story short, they hid their soldiers in there. That's how they were able to enter that fort and won the war. So this Back to Africa movement also, Ghana, first of all, Ghana, with this invitation, Remember, there were many other Ghanaians who were not happy with this. There were Africans who were not happy with this because the way things were going, we, the Africans, we know this is not vetted. We know this is a bad deal. But people did not listen because the issue is this idea, the blacks, the person that created the blacks, I would say the people that created the blacks have given them so much things that are anti-African, you know, like now many have accepted it. You know, it's become normalized. They don't even know, like, that's why even when you reject these things that are pushed your way, people would get offended because it's like you're attacking them, not realizing, no. The rest of the world do not think this way. People do not live this way. People don't believe in what you believe in just because they sat you in a classroom. That's even worse to say, oh, I learned this in college. That means you have no common sense. If they have to go teach you how you should view other people, you know, you didn't learn this from your parents. You didn't learn this from your culture. Other people are teaching you this. Now you are thinking this is how the rest of the world is. No, it's not. There are many things that is okay to do here in America. They say is the law, but is it moral in other countries? The government, just because the government accepts and says something is law, doesn't mean it's moral to other people's principles. And people have to understand this because they say it's free will. Yes, in America, you can practice that. The law accepts it. But now, you've got this Back to Africa movement. We've been seeing many issues where, you know, some of these people, you know, most of them come online. They express their entitlements. You know, they want to be treated, you know, specially. They want special privilege. Again, that's another thing where, you know, like you think a certain way. You think you want to be treated like everyone else. You're not realizing you actually are asking to be treated better than everybody else. You see? And I knew it was going to eventually backfire. I have seen some make videos, and I've come here and countered those videos. People were mad. I told you these people are clearly lying. I've seen it here. I see it here in America. The white people are not allowed to say it now because they would be called racist and shut them down right away. There is no discussion because if the person is lying, they're not going to allow discussion. And that is what is dividing and destroying America. We are seeing it right in front of our own eyes. You know, like lying, deception, hypocrisy destroys any place. It destroys any place, no matter how big and strong they are. I mean, you're clearly seeing it, like you're clearly seeing it in front of you on television. On television, they are coming, you know, like people that are supposed to quote unquote be intelligent. They are asking them, they are telling you they don't know the difference between a man and a woman. They are literally telling you this. So these are the people that are presented as the smart, intelligent people, right? So now, if you're smart, if you're paying attention, it is clear to you that, okay, great. Anybody that is buying into this, right? They are buying into this and they're trying to live it. I mean, at that point, you have to draw the line and know, like, okay, something is not right. Hey, look, you can fool yourself. That's fine. But you cannot get me to participate. You cannot get me to participate in this. So that's what's happening. So now the truth is coming out. Step by step, the truth is coming out. So with this Pan-African movement, we've been talking about the scammers, right? We talked about the scammers. We talked about the Hebrews. So they have the rainbow. I told you guys, they are trying to push the gay agenda onto Africa. So Uganda boldly standing and just rejecting it. Now, some LGBTQ guy, he is, because now they've tied that into being black, to be one and the same. So he's telling black people to stay out of Africa because, some of these people, they are attention whores. So they are not Ugandans. They are not even Africans. But somehow they twisted and made it about themselves. Just like here in America, like they would, when something happens, like with white people, some law, the blacks would twist it and make it about them and say that was about them. So now black equals to gay. So in their mind, these laws have been made to target the blacks. So implying that gay and black is one and the same. I have a clip here. Let me show you. Here we go.
Stay away from Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. This comes after Uganda passed a bill in parliament that would criminalize identifying as LGBTQ and imposing the death penalty on some acts.
So, Africans, so let us think about this for a minute. So is this, because they said the Pan-Africans, so is this what they are trying to secretly push into these countries? Because how does this equals to blacks not coming to Africa? Does black now means gay? So here we go. The Kenyans are not playing about this. I've heard some people talking on other platforms talking about, oh no, in Kenya, you can do this. No, you will see here, okay? Ruto is not playing about this. You will see for yourself.
They're saying this to protect African values, protect the church, and say, quote unquote, homosexuality is un-African. So let me get this straight. Homosexuality is un-African, but the overwhelming majority of Ugandans are Christian and Muslim.
This is correct. So this guy came, did you say this guy came in? Yes, he came in as a Pan-African. So now he is comparing being homosexuality to Christianity and Islam. This is what I'm telling you, like I suspect the blacks are about to be unwelcome in Africa. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it because like to this person have been completely brainwashed because here in America, they say freedom of speech, right? They have freedom of speech. They've been taught to think that this is what blackness is. Blackness and African is one and the same. They're trying to compare their lifestyle, giving it equivalent to religion. So comparing LGBTQ lifestyle to being either a Christian or a Muslim. So the argument he's trying to make here is, okay, you're protecting African culture, how come you didn't protect it from Islam, from religion? This is, so you see in Africa, this type of talk is offensive. It's offensive. But these people have no manners because he has freedom of speech. But he came into Africa as what? Pan-African. I told you guys, the Trojan horse is Pan-Africanism.
Two religions that don't originate in Africa. As a matter of fact, the overwhelming majority of Ugandans are Roman Catholic and Anglican, the same Catholic church that's based in the Vatican in Europe. The Anglican Church, which the word Anglican literally means from the Church of England.
So he's not Ugandan, he's not African. Why is he upset? Why does he care? Guys, I'm telling you, this Back to Africa movement need to be looked at. It is covered. These people, the reason why this man is getting upset like this, they have an agenda. You guys think to infiltrate Africa is still the same old, same old? You think these people have stopped? No, they use all kinds of tactics. This is the new tactic. This is the new tactic. I'm telling you, they are going to keep trying, like they're not going to stop. Right now, even the schools, they are going to try to come through the schools. Like this free funding thing, this is what Africa needs to stop accepting also. Like completely reject all this free funding thing, this free book stuff, all this blackity black stuff, all need to stop. Seriously. Ghana's president, Ghanaians should talk to their president, Wait, I have a video here also. Once I show you that video also, you will see why Ghanaians, need to, have serious conversation about what is going on. Because it's like there is no boundary. Even when they say, oh, community group, who is the leader? Who is the leader? There is no leader. You guys know in Africa, your compound, you don't deal with people who don't have leaders. You don't do that. There is no leader. That is the sign that something is not right. A leaderless group will turn your society into a leaderless society. I'm telling you. This is what you're seeing right now. But this man is telling people, don't go to Ghana, but he would tell them which places to go to, meaning where those lifestyles are accepted.
Uganda has no problem letting in white evangelicals, the same white evangelicals that are the most racist, the most anti-black, and the most white supremacists in their beliefs. It has been polled in the United States that white Christians, especially white evangelicals, are more likely to express racist views than white people who are not Christian.
So he is upset that, white Christians are in Uganda because Ugandans are Christians. This is what I'm talking about. This race thing. People don't care about this race thing. People see people as people that if they share faith with them, they see each other as brothers and sisters. You are the one that is obsessed with this skin color thing. You're talking about, oh, we are brothers, but I just showed you a video of how a brother, a sister treated, quote unquote, treated a sister. A sister treated a brother, gave him lead poisoning, shot him dead. I showed you guys the video here. So spare me the skin color thing. So this right here is one proof to show you that it is this blackity black stuff is all a ploy to try to introduce this lifestyle into African countries. And the black thing is the cover. That's the cover.
This is the same Uganda that says they're sticking up to the West, but has been a U.S. ally for security. The same Uganda that was a U.S. ally all the way back in 2003. The same Uganda that is neoliberal. Ghana is no different. The same.
Sir, and your point, sure, Uganda is not saying, like they cannot be friends with the United States. They are just saying, no, we are not going to allow that lifestyle here. Like, they're not saying you can do it in the United States. That's not what Uganda is saying. They said, no, we in Uganda, we are not going to do it. How hard is that? Why is he upset? That's my point. So now he's about to tell you about Ghana. Let's listen.
Same Ghana that says Africans must build Africa. The year of return is the same Ghana that's taken IMF loans and said that Britain and them have a great shared values and future. The same Ghana that destroyed a house for allegedly being an LGBTQ resort. Then they say, oh, it was because the owner sold it to another property.
See, that's the lies. You notice this Ghana property thing that they talk about, I'm going to bring that another video here where a Ghanaian person took the time and explain. And I'll prove to you that it's all lies. Oh, thank you, Becky Sifo. I got your video. I'm going to play that too. I'll show you proof that, like these people, that are running around, they are spreading propaganda. They are spreading lies about not only Ghana, but other African countries. These people have no problem to be invited in and then start spreading lies. So this Ghana thing, all these YouTubers, they started running, talking about, notice when something happened, they all come together, conspire. That's when they want to be against Africans. Plain and simple. They want to pretend and be like, oh, we are one and the same. But then you come and hear how they fabricate stuff against Africans. It would blow your mind. But here we go.
And it would be wrong for me to not bring up Kenya, who the Supreme Court said that an LGBTQ organization could register, and the Kenyan government, President William Ruto, were upset about that. Point being, Black Americans and those in the diaspora, we should have nothing to do with Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda. Their invitation is fraudulent. It's not sincere. They say they welcome all people, but that is beyond.
So you see, that's why I say, so when they say they invite all people, yes, they mean that, but they don't, you have to abide by the laws of that country. You see, like these people want to come to Africa and try to force feed their ideology on Africa. And you see, they're like here in America, how they use the black ones to be the one, because it's like they push the victimhood, right? So the black people, the black gays are the ones that they push forward to go and shamelessly do the fight. So they're trying to, quote unquote, say they're gonna shame African countries on the internet. That's what they are doing. So Africa is supposed to be ashamed that they say all people can come. So all people can come, but you don't have to bring that lifestyle. Guys, it's true. Someone pointed, they said 105 watching, only 9 likes. Guys, hit the like. I mean, you can't really be that stingy with the like. It's free. Show that you like it, you loving the show. Hit the like, so that the algorithm can recommend this show to other people as well. All right, let's continue.
The reality. If you are a Black American and you want to go somewhere in Africa, go to South Africa, go to Angola, go to Botswana, go to Republic of Congo, go to Gabon.
So he's naming the places that accept, that lifestyle. I didn't know Congo and Gabon, are open to it, but here we go.
Don't spend your time in Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda who are giving you a fraudulent PR.
Let's move on.
So Ghana, Uganda, and Kenya, he said no go for blacks.
On to East Africa now in a controversial move.
So, but he said Congo. He said they should go to Congo. Hey, deuces of growth, man. You gotta call in today, because I didn't know that the Congo is open. So
Uganda's parliament on Tuesday passed an anti-gay legislation which proposes tough new penalties for same-sex relationships. Supporters of the new law say it is needed to punish a broader array of LGBTQ activities, which they say threaten traditional values in the conservative and religious East African nation.
In our country, we will have our morals. We will protect our children. And we are making this law. We are making this law for ourselves. We are making this law for our children. We are making this law for the children of our children. This country will stand firm. And once it passed, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, we are going to reinforce the law enforcement officers to make sure that homosexuals have no space in Uganda.
You guys are hearing this? This is the Ugandan parliament. So this is what that man is upset by. He's not even a Ugandan. He doesn't live in Uganda. So let me get this straight. So you want to be able to bring the sodomite lifestyle to Uganda. But here in America, in most states, polygamy is not accepted. It is illegal. But in African countries, it's accepted in most of them. No, Uganda wants to stop this. Guys, please hit the like. So you are seeing it clearly. This man is upset that he's like, oh, how come the white Christians are accepted in Uganda? Because they are Christians. Simple.
According to the law, violations under the law draw steep penalties, including death for so-called aggravated homosexuality and life in prison for gay sex. It also criminalizes the promotion of homosexuality and abetting and conspiring to engage in same-sex relationships. The bill marks the latest in a string of setbacks for LGBTQ plus rights in Africa, where homosexuality is illegal in most countries. South Africa is an outlier on the continent as LGBTQ rights are enshrined in its constitution. Nevertheless, violence against queer people is still rife in the country. In Kenya and Tanzania, gay sex remains a crime under colonial-era laws and with penalties including prison terms of up to 14 years. Last month, the Kenyan government intensified its restrictions on imported books with LGBTQ themes after public outcry. Kenyan President William Ruto declared that same-sex marriages could happen in other countries but not in Kenya. He says homosexuality was a Western imported factor that Kenya's customs, traditions, Christianity and Islam cannot allow. In Ghana, security forces raided and shut down the office of an LGBTQ rights group in the capital Accra after politicians and religious leaders called for its closure. They later advocated for anti-gay laws to be passed in parliament last year as fears grips the LGBTQ community.
As you've seen.
All right. So you guys see that, right? That's what that man was upset about. So Uganda passed that law. So he equated that to Uganda being against blacks, unless this person is implying that all the blacks are into this. You see? So let's see. Zongo said, Afridamus, it was a wrong move for the Ugandan lawmakers to react to external pressures by passing anti-gay bill into law. Zongo, the lines would be open. You are certainly welcome to come up here and give me your views. So guys, before I move on, I will show you there's a video I have of a KKK attack on Africans. Okay, I will play the clip here. There is a KKK, hater who have so much hate towards Africans. But some, said he's not African, he don't care about Africans. But this KKK member, you know what? I don't even know if this is a KKK member because that can even be an insult to them. But the person was dressed in KKK robe. Here we go.
8-year-old boy in Ghana gets shot by a Chinaman. I don't think the boy getting shot is funny. That's not what I'm laughing about. What I'm laughing about is how pathetic you Africans are. Story after story, day after day, a story comes out about you monkeys over in Africa and how undignified and absolutely pathetic you people are. Absolutely pathetic. And according to the news story, in this particular area of Ghana, there's a history of Chinese people attacking Africans in this African country. This is what you apes allow. This is why people look down on you. This is why Africans receive no.
So, you guys heard that story, right? So, through investigation, deep investigation, it took me, guys, that's why I say, please hit the likes here so this information can reach out. So you heard that, and I did my investigation to find out if this is in fact a real KKK member. Okay? Let me show you what I found. Give me a moment. Let me show you. I found the individual that did this, that was saying all that about Africans, saying that there was a Chinese man that shot a Ghanaian. So therefore that makes Africans weak. Here is the man here.
You a grown ass man.
That's the man right here. This guy here. That's the guy. But let me play the rest of this video so you hear for yourself, right? What the idea is. Like this FBA KKKs that want to come to Africa, I want you to hear something before I play this other video, because he's saying something here, right? Openly, which many of them believe. And I'm about to follow that up with what is happening in Ghana. But I want you to hear this.
Fucking respect globally. Everyone sees you for the doormat rodents that you are. Everyone sees you for the unnecessary people that you are. Leave Africa immediately. It's time to go. Why are you apes there? You are in the way. Africans are officially in the way. You're in the way of Africa's progress. Get out of the way and give Africa to a race of people that has dignity. Give Africa to a race of people that would never let foreigners come into that country and abuse them. Give Africa to more capable people. You apes don't know what you're doing. You apes will fight each other over any tribal nonsense.
All right. So you guys heard that, right? So here's the thing. One thing, a lot of things many of you have not been hearing. You've been missing out on. What is the usually when people are talking, what Africans don't pay attention to is, like point blank, all these people, they are fighting over land in Africa. They want Everybody wants the African land. They don't want Africans on it. What is it about Africa? When people come, they see the blessing. They just want it for themselves. They want to take the land. The colonizers did it. They got kicked out. Other people came. Now the new colonizers are the blacks. They want to be, because the idea that Back to Africa movement, all that sentiment. I have a video here to play to show you that was all fake. In fact, now they are even calling onto their white master, for them to form a group so they can go into Africa. You guys thought I was making up all that stuff. People were like, "Oh man, you a hater. You are dividing people." I have been telling you, when people come to you talking about, "Oh man, we must unite," and you ask them, "What are we uniting on?" and they cannot tell you, be suspicious. They are trying to steal from you. Like that video that Go Black to Africa made. They made up that interview. Have you noticed? They never prove or said they bought the land. So these people are creating confusion in Africa, all based in lies, coming on the media and creating confusion, plain and simple. I'm going to get to that here in a second. So let me play this video. It's a woman, she's talking about the issue in Ghana. So, because you notice, everyone was just talking about, "Oh, look at these Ghanaian people. They are so terrible. Oh, the white people and other people can just come and build." They make it seem like, the Ghanaians are just going around, attacking the blacks and demolition houses. But they're not going to get deep into what happened. They're not going to tell you the story. So now Africans, we are beginning to see how the story is one-sided. And when we dig, we always find out it's a lie. How many more lies can we take? At some point, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Every time you come, there's no wolf. One day the wolf would actually get you. The wolf got the boy. He cried wolf, but since you've been crying wolf and there was no wolf, when the wolf actually showed up, there's no help anywhere. That is what is happening. So these people, they come on the internet, they started talking about how terrible Ghanaian government is. They are, they just went there and demolished this house. They did not honor the lease whatsoever. But I got a completely different story from actual Ghanaian. I'm going to also play that here. But before I play that, I will play a video of this woman who, by digging, I found out she is also among one of the liars who one time said she was assaulted in Ghana over land issue. So she's going to give her 2 cents once again. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. So she's going to explain what the blacks should do and tell me if that sounds like people who are coming to unite with Africans. Here.
Wow. So the unlawful demolition.
And this video is for edutainment purposes and analysis. So she's saying the unlawful demolition of the place. They all kept repeating that, but we will find out if it was unlawful.
in Cape Coast. Today, like literally 20 minutes ago, I was driving and I was getting a lot of WhatsApp messages. And I'm just like, oh, they must like the new video I posted. Come to find out, it was about the unlawful demolition. And they're asking me my opinion. And I said, I'm just going to do a video to cover it all in one place, because a lot happened. And so I'm going to tag the video so you can watch it yourself. This is just going to be a quick video just to give my opinion. Folks, as you know, those that have been watching my channel, I've been documenting my land purchasing process from the beginning, since September 2021. Most of you guys know this process has not been.
So if you look at it, right, these women, they are coming from the quote unquote, black power, I'm black and strong, independent woman, right? Yeah, that might work here in America. It's delusional. Even here, it doesn't work. These groups are led by women, led by women. Because all this commotion and shenanigans, who are you hearing it from? Women. And most of them, the men, they are led by these women. So I'm not saying it's, a group led by women. That's not threat. So that's why this woman here, she's going to be, giving their idea of how, they should approach Ghana and other African countries now, and their ideas.
Easy. It's been outright ridiculous and unnecessary. But I've learned a lot about Ghana. I came to Ghana very centralized about Ghana, like very excited, going back to Africa, going back to the homeland, going back to my people. A lot of us are, we want to get to Africa to get away from the whites, right? Not knowing that white supremacy is everywhere in the world, and there is no.
See, here we go. So in this game of white supremacy that they play, nobody will ever win or understand it, because they get to decide when it's suitable to consider it white supremacy or not. So it's all within their power. So when they want to, when they face reality in Africa too, they call it white supremacy. It's in control. So I want you to understand, when you hear white supremacy, now I have gathered, it means, they cannot overcome their obstacle. So they have to find a scapegoat. Who's the perfect scapegoat? The white man. So, what she's saying here, white supremacy, that doesn't work in Africa. In Ghana, do you have the cedi? Then we can talk. In Nigeria, the naira. In Gambia, the dollars. People don't have time for this type of talk. People do not care about this type of talk in Africa. Okay? In Africa, people care about business. You are coming all the way from the United States of America. They hear about how rich this place is, and you want to show up and talking about white supremacy to those people. They do not care. They do not. So, of course, the excitement would go, because, many of them used to come on the internet and say, oh, these Africans, they are so ignorant about white people, blah, blah. They don't know how evil the white people are. Hell, you live with the white people. You live over there with the white people. Do you think Africans are dumb? You coming over to Africa telling them how evil the white man is, and then hopping right back voluntarily again on the plane to go be with the evil white person. How does that make sense? The Africans understand the reason why you are able to even have the advantage over them is because of that evil white supremacists you're talking about. We know it. It's not, it's like, who are you fooling? You see? So Africans, especially how hot the sun gets in Africa, people do not have time for this type of talk. They don't. So, but we will continue.
Getting away from it. And this is kind of an example of that. How I can only speak on Ghana, how Ghana is in West Africa, but when it comes to regulation and control, there's very little to none. So this example, this scenario, this situation, totally unfortunate, but I am not surprised, sad to say. I've learned a lot going through this process, and I'm no longer emotional, overly emotional, excited. The initial excitement I had going to Ghana is no longer there. Okay, it is no longer in this precious little heart of mine.
So, yeah, so she was the one excited about Ghana, right? Free will. She is free to be excited about it. Now she's not excited about it anymore. Whose problem is that? But you see, a lot of these people, instead of just, taking personal responsibility, you're the one that came up with it, they will never be satisfied with that. They will have to find a way to twist it and make it somebody else's problem. Welcome to America, Black America, to be specific.
But folks, I'm going to end this video on a positive high note, but I'm going to give my honest opinion. If you do not go to the Lands Commission search and confirm that the land that you're purchasing, the person selling you the land, their name must be in that database. Folks, the Lands Commission search was created to avoid certain situations. Now, even in this situation, I don't know if they went through the proper due diligence, but let's say they did go through the proper due diligence. The people's name was on the Lands Commission search. And what they're saying in the video, the land is leasehold land. And what they're saying in the video, they came and said your lease is up and are demolishing the house in Cape Coast. And so that even puts me in a position like, okay, we do the Lands Commission search. We verify that. We do a site plan. We do, everything that we're supposed to do. And we still have issues. So I said in the last 2 interviews I've done that buying land in Ghana is a gamble, period. I wouldn't even say it's risky because risks can be calculated. Okay, this cannot be calculated. What happened cannot.
So she said buying land in Ghana is a gamble, right? But let's see if she truly believes that.
We calculated. And we already know there's horror stories on top of horror stories. This is not just with the diaspora. This is what the Ghanaians themselves going through. This is people from their own family doing them. I mean, now that I know more, it is a gamble. Even with my land, I'll update you guys probably in a couple of weeks or a month because I have some meetings that I need to take place to find out where I'm actually at regarding my land purchasing. But folks, this is a gamble. And I'm just, at this point, I'm just going to go all the way to the end because I've come so far. So I just want to see how this story ends because it's crazy in these Ghana streets. Crazy. So do I advise purchasing land in Ghana? If Ghana is so deep in your heart and there's no way you can shake it, and I'm gonna get in trouble for this one, but if you eliminate the emotions and the feeling, and I think God is telling me, if you just put that on the
all right. So she went through the, it was God calling me. You've heard them say that. You guys remember the other video I played here? So many of them, that's their first time God ever called them. I always say, you mean Satan? Because they go there, they enter satanic behaviors, and they get hit by Satan. Then they wake up. So she's woken up from her stupor, the sleep she was in. So now she's giving it real life. Instead of saying, don't delude yourself, she's saying it in a nicer way. Deceiving yourself. Oh, it is God calling me to go to Ghana. No, God is not calling you to Ghana. Or they say, it is white supremacy, kicking me out. You notice that white supremacy talk is slowly dropping because, African people, we've heard it so much. We're tired. Africans are like, okay, fine. You're telling us about this white supremacy stuff. What's next? You know, like, I mean, you're just gonna constantly talk about white supremacy, white supremacy. How, you know, what good is that doing for you or me? People don't have time. You know, people want results. You know, you notice people don't care about reasons that much. People care about results. Results matter. Bottom line, yes. Okay, fine. Okay, white supremacy is there. We heard the story. Now, results. What is the next move? See, that's where, you know, it's like they get stuck. There's no other next move. So that's what we're seeing. So those of you that are listening, take her advice on this. Don't delude yourself. Be realistic.
Side for a little bit and just look at the numbers. Because when it comes, if you're not looking to do business in Ghana, you just want to get away, that's a totally different situation. But if you're looking like I am from a business standpoint, it's a no. It's a no, right? But like I said, I'm going to go all the way to the end because I'm in too deep. But if you were to ask me my opinion, buying land in Ghana, it's a gamble. If you get to the other side, rewards on top of rewards on top of rewards. So what's my honest opinion as I close?
So she wants to be there. Okay? Even though that's what confuses a lot of people that hear these people speak out. They would say a lot of negative stuff, but they still turn around and say, I want to stay. It's like, okay, like what's going on here? That is the bipolar way. So yeah, she wants to stay, so that's fine. But Ghana, you better watch her.
Out. We need to, as diaspora, go back to these West African countries in large numbers. Did I know this? Yes, but I was naive. I can do this myself. You know the West.
So they want to come in large numbers, like they came in Liberia. Let's listen to her. The plan.
Mentality. The reason why the Chinese, Lebanese, people from India are getting things done because they do things in large numbers.
No, ma'am, because they come with money. They're not looking for free stuff. You know, they come with money. It's like if you go in there to leave, just do that. But don't say you're an investor when you don't have money to do it. Like if you want to find like-minded people, yes, I totally support that. You as a lady going there by yourself, that's not even smart. I'm just keeping it real. I know some of you will be acting, you know, all liberal and be like, Afridamus, I can't believe you said that. I'm just speaking facts. I'm not the one making the rules. I'm telling you what is really out there. So you can tell yourself whatever you like, but you can never outdo the truth.
Large numbers. And I said, as I'm talking to myself, I'm like, we have to move in large numbers. Now, the community, don't quote, I might say this wrong, the Hebraic Israelite community, it's a big community with a lot of people, but they still went and purchased individually, if you understand what I'm saying. They didn't go as a unit, buy up land and build. You follow me? A community went, they all purchased individually and they just live in the same community. Got it? So if we go in large numbers and build cities and build communities, that will give us more protection. Why do I bring that up? As I was doing my research, and I was thinking about, damn, we need protection.
So that's what's called colonization. So it is American citizens who happen to be Black. They want to come in numbers, purchase areas, you know, and then they can sort the U.S. government's protection.
That we need insurance. Folks, there's insurance out for stuff like this, folks. There's insurance. But you have to do things on a large scale. So I had a meeting. This was probably when I first got done with my architectural drawings. I met with the representative that ran the Western region of Africa when it comes to MIGA, M-I-G-A. That stands for Multilateral Investment Government Agency. Unfortunately, this organization is through the World Bank. So if you're willing to deal with the World Bank, this is literally the only protection you have as an international investor. So I had the meeting with the representative. She told me, because of my project was a large enough scale, because they do micro coverage too. I think the minimum is $1.5 million. And she was like, we need to find a way to make sure your project is above a couple of $1 million. I forget, it was 2.5. Anyway, it was in the millions. And she's like, because you have several phases and it's a big project, we can probably qualify you to get the insurance to cover different categories when it comes to investing internationally. Go to the website, you'll see the different categories. Folks, MIGA is the only positive thing I can see. If you're so diehard in investing in Ghana or investing in West Africa, only certain countries are covered.
So, Africans, you're listening. Remember, when say unity, does that sound like unity or someone who is trying to come there to have upper hand over you? These cities, they talk saying, oh, we should build. You know, where are they going to get the land from? Said they will slowly buy them. And then they would have to seek the protection. Not all, because these agencies, these are white people. The white people they hate. Now they want to seek the protection of the white people, creating confusion in Africa. You know, they better go build homes in the southern part of the United States. Like you got Mississippi. The United States is well protected. Blacks can come together and build a city there. But oh no, we have to pretend to be one as the Africans. All along, this whole time, you want to come and take African land. Not gonna happen, lady.
Under this insurance, read about it. Get a community together. Have your project be over $1-2 million so you can get covered. Because what makes this situation qualified is because government officials were involved in this unlawful demolition. So that's one of the categories they cover within insurance. Y'all hearing me? Are you guys hearing me? This is good stuff, folks. So do I encourage you to buy land in Ghana? If you're willing to take a gamble, sure. Is there still business investment opportunities in Ghana? Definitely. Where I am right now mentally is I see the opportunity when it comes to trading. Like we definitely, the diaspora in the States and the Africans on the continent, we need to trade with amongst ourselves. That's like number one. That's what I'm doing with Kente Cloth. I was like, well, if I can't do the land situation right now, I can start with Kente Cloth. And
yeah. I mean, she's starting right. She's starting with Kente Cloth. Nothing big, okay. But Kente Cloth is good money, you know. All right.
Make this international trade. It's on a small scale right now, but it's okay. It's going to get bigger. So that's where my mind is right now, is trading within our community. I don't know what's going to happen with my land. I purchased two. One, I just got to wait.
She looks like one of those soul sisters, you know, like, you know how like you meet them and you're like, what do you do? She cannot stop talking about, oh, I'm a small business owner, international business owner. You're like, oh, what do you do? Oh, I travel to Ghana and I buy Kente cloth and I bring it back. You see, that makes it international. But all right.
Wait for it. The second one is probably very low chances that that's going to go through. But on a positive note, folks, we need to trade amongst each other, number one. And two, we need to move in large groups. So that's what the Chinese, that's what the Lebanese, and that's what the Europeans are doing. That's what they've been doing. So I don't want this to discourage us because it is unfortunate.
They cannot go without the whites, without looking at non-black people. It's an obsession. See, this is what Africans get disappointed in. They're like, man, you guys been in amongst the whites all these years, guys. You know, the Pan-African Africans who come and say, oh, the blacks know, the Africans, they get to tell us. No, look at it. They copy the white people. Why would you copy them? If you want to copy, the blacks, you're pretty much copying the white people. They're telling you yourself. So just go straight to the source, the white man. I have access to the white people. So I copy them. if I need to. You see, why would I copy some bootleg white person who don't even understand, how white people roll? So she's telling you, oh, the Lebanese, and she don't even understand what they are doing. But she just wants to say something. Oh yeah, that's what the Lebanese are doing. Are you sure? Did you ask them?
And there's a lot of land scamming and fraud going on, and injustice and lack of integrity, and it's a lot of it going on. But I hope what I shared with the MIGA encourages you. And we should increase the vision. We should increase the vision. That's it. Because I fully accept, I knew, but now I accept the fact that we need to move in large numbers. If you're trying to move solo, it's just higher chances of this happening, unfortunate things happening. Be encouraged. We need to operate in large numbers.
All right. So guys, you heard that. So her suggestion is to move in large numbers. So you see how they were talking about the land demolition situation. So I found this video that I came across. It was very well explained. It's a Ghanaian YouTuber, right? He gave the reasons, the clear reasons that, Go Black left behind. This guy gave the reason as to why this happened. So let me do my quick disclaimer here once more, and then all right. So let's enter that video here. So this guy made a video. He made a video telling us exactly what happened. Here we go.
There is a new trending on social media about property or buildings demolished by the Ghana government, and those property happens to belong to African Americans who have moved to Ghana somewhere in 1996 and thereabout. Now everybody's talking about this issue of why Ghana is doing that and all that, but nobody's asking what actually happened. It looks like, especially the African American YouTubers, they are all interested in the fact that buildings have been demolished, but nobody is interested in what happened. If you know what happened, then you can analyze the situation very well.
So this is true. You guys remember, like Go Black, he went on to, Pan-Africanism Strikes Back's channel. So all they do is like a gang thing, a pack of hyenas. Anything that happened, they're not even gonna look for the reason why. They just automatically jump to the conclusion. And they always, it's always other people's fault. Always. So if you go to someone's home, you cannot wait to blame the host. Are you a good stranger? Are you a good person to even have there? It's like you're looking for excuses to blame the host every single time.
And then you ask yourself, if you were in this person's shoes, what would you do? Now, when we heard about this issue, you realize that a lot of Ghanaian social media, a lot of Ghanaian YouTubers are not talking about it. Yes, and it's for a reason. It means most of them have gone to check what the problem really was. You understand? Most of them, including myself. I had a friend who knows somebody working at the Cape Coast municipality, and then so I asked him to do some checks for me.
Jack, we think you're gonna love
Oh
this.
man.
Corn chicken. Corn chicken.
Sorry guys.
Corn chicken. So
Get out.
right, okay.
My $6.99 popcorn chicken is back, only at Jack in the Box.
Before I speak about the issue, and I also watched a video by one Ghanaian YouTuber, Eko Simpson, who actually had an in-depth, he has done an in-depth investigation, and he really explained what really happened. But this is what I also found. And what the information I got was similar to what Eko Simpson had. but his was very deep. When I called the guy and I asked him, he said when he found out, what he got was that the people came there and they had an agreement, right? They had an agreement with the Cape Coast municipality, and as part of the agreement, they were supposed to make some payment. Of course, the lands are not free. You understand? The land is.
You see that? So they came there many years back. There was agreements made, and this land is not free. Said, oh yeah, it's Afrida. Yeah, next time I'll download it. I just didn't wanna. I was too lazy to do it, but I will next time. Because that Jack in the Box right there. Sorry for putting you guys through that. But you guys remember I was telling you guys about how these people go around in Africa thinking they should get free land. Free land. So I knew something was up when I watched that interview that Go Black did, because the man they never talked about any proof to show that they own the land.
It's not free. We don't give lands for free, especially that land. That land is a government property. It's a government property. And so there was an amount you were supposed to pay, which was 5,000 cedis. Those times, it was a lot of money. 5,000 cedis those times was 50 million in our old Ghana cedis. It was a lot of money.
So I hope Pan-Africanism Strikes Back is watching this. You hear this? You know how like Go Black came on your channel talking about, oh, it was only 5,000 cedis. Not in today's money, because those people came there a while ago. So he's saying 5,000 cedis, from back then, without inflation, with inflation, now it's a lot more money than what it is. It's not the same thing. So let's be real. So land is not free.
You understand? So you were supposed to pay that money. And then apart from that money, you were supposed to pay some annual rent, pay some money every year on the property for 50 years. This was part of the agreement. And as part of the agreement, you were supposed to also develop the property. That's the only reason why a government will give you his property, to develop it. When government gives his property, he is giving it out so that it will be developed. You understand? This is different from an individual, somebody walking around who wants to give his property for a lease. This is very different.
So are you guys hearing this? So this is a government reserve land. They leased it from the government. What does a lease entail? You got to pay certain amount that you agreed upon every year to the government. It is a government land. I mean, like the location, I knew right away. When I saw it, I was like, yep, that's government land. That's not an individual land. That's government land. And the reason government gives people those lands for a reason. It's not just, you just go and build some vegan little shack on it. Like, you better make money and, pay money to them. You develop the land. But if you don't develop it, like at some point they're going to come and, remove you off the land when a better offer shows up. And it looks like that's what happened.
Dealing with government. You understand? And it was part of the agreement. You understand? And almost, if you study the agreement, almost each agreement, each contract, each agreement has been breached by these people. And they are not talking about it. They are only talking about the fact that the building has been demolished, which I think is very unfair to the Ghanaians. Therefore, out of the 5,000 Ghana cedis they were supposed to pay, they paid only 1,000, which is not even up to a quarter of the total amount.
Did you guys hear that? So when Go Black was saying these people have companies, so these people are broke. Even the land, out of the 5,000, they only were able to come up with 1,000 cedi. Imagine that. All these years. So, I got to give them 2 yellow cards right now. They got 2 yellow cards. By the time this man finishes, I will give them double red card, meaning they can't play in the game ever. Let's be real, guys. Out of the 5,000, they only came up with 1,000. but they are investors. Please.
You paid only 1,000. And then the annual amount that you are supposed to pay, they did not pay. They did not pay. And then they also didn't develop the land. As a matter of fact, according to the municipality and the people living in the vicinity, the land is almost the same. The land is almost the same. Nothing has been done apart from the buildings they put, the structures they built on the property. You understand? And so people have ignored all these. People who
Are you guys hearing the truth here? So all that mumbo jumbo talk. Oh, look at these Africans. They went and, took down this, this beautiful house that the blacks built because they are haters. The Africans are jealous. It was a little shack, a vegan shack, they call it. And this vegan place wasn't even making enough money because they couldn't pay. It's obviously clear, clear here. Like that. This is why. Remember, guys, I was telling you when people are like, oh, we want to go develop Africa, we're going to give them free money. It means they are broke. They have a hidden agenda. How many of these people have we heard talk about they want free land? Even Tariq Nasheed, the leader of the FBA, I remember when he went to Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe and South Africa, he was, asking for free land. He wanted free land. I was like, come on, man. You're going to beg white people here and then go to Africa and beg too? What a shameless man. That is the leader of the FBAs. Leader of FBA, Tariq Nasheed. Begging in Africa.
About the contract. And you see, recently, I watched a video on one channel, Go Black to Africa. And one of the people who were directly involved in purchasing the property was talking. He was interviewed. And I listened to him very carefully. I was trying to get something which contradicts what I have heard, but I didn't get any. All he was saying was, oh, we had a contract, we had an agreement. But he couldn't say boldly that we have paid for the amount, or we paid for the property, and now they are taking the property from us. You can go back and listen. He couldn't mention that because they know they didn't pay.
Play the open beta.
Oh, man.
Today we fight true in his holy name.
Guys, sorry about that with the next time I'm gonna download. Next time I'll definitely have to download it. Give me a second.
In the video of the property, you can see the property was very undeveloped, which was in the contract. You agreed to it that you were going to develop the property. You see, this is one of the issues I have with some of the aspirants coming. You see, there's no pressure on you to do anything big. You understand? There's no pressure on you. If you want to move to Africa, if you want to move to Ghana, nobody's putting pressure on you to do anything to get yourself involved in something big you can't finance. And if you look at the contract and you look at the current situation, you realize that they were not.
So you see, no one is putting pressure on people to come to Ghana or to Africa, anywhere, because these people are talking all this big stuff, but no one is making you do that. Yeah, guys, I'm definitely gonna get YouTube Premium. That would save me from downloading the videos. That's a smart idea.
Not ready financially to do what they wanted to do. You see, that's the problem I have. You see, you came to Ghana, 1996, you had 1,000 cedis. That 1,000 cedis, if you go to the chiefs, you can get at least 2 plots of land. And that 2 plots of land is yours. It's not a lease from any government. It's yours. You can develop that land. You can do whatever you want on that land. And your children's children will also come and live on that land, that property. But you chose to go for a land which has a beachfront and a lagoon on the side. I mean, which you do not need.
So, you see? So these people, like that man that was being interviewed, they claim, they want they want to have centers on coastal Africa. but they don't have the money to even develop it. You see, they don't even have the money. So this whole time, at least if they had developed it, then they can negotiate something. But at some point, it's like the Ghana government is like, what? These people cannot do anything. They have to relinquish this. They could not even pay the 5,000 they were supposed to pay. So Ghana has been given very grateful, and Ghana, they should be grateful to Ghana. So they are pretty much, squatters in Ghana, refugees. And Ghana has been treating their refugees very well, because this is just, squatting. At that point, being a refugee in Ghana, they didn't pay. So that's a problem. The man is correct. They could have gone and bought land somewhere, they don't have to worry about this. They would own that land. But no, they want a beachfront property. And guys, not everyone can handle beachfront property. I've been telling you guys, there's many of you see pictures of people owning beachfront property, or you start dreaming to talking about you want beachfront property. This beachfront properties is not for everyone. Not everybody can handle this. Make sure you have enough money to get the property, plain and simple. But in Africa, on the coast, especially in West Africa, that belongs to the government. If you got the money, they'll lease it to you. That's just a fact.
You understand? You don't have the money to maintain that property. Don't go for it. Now you went for it. You went into a contract with the government, which you couldn't fulfill any of the contract. The government came back for his land, and now you are all over the place, talking as if. Oh, in fact, I was very disappointed when I got to know, because it has happened before. This is not the first time. Some time ago, one African American lady came out, and she said she has been assaulted when she went to She was assaulted when she went to one real estate company. And I was very angry. I said, why? Why would you do that? So I came on my channel, and then I
think that was the video of the lady I played earlier. So hear this part. This is very important. Listen to it.
Said a whole lot of things. Why would they do that? Nobody should visit that real estate. In fact, I said a lot of things. So later, one lady who is also a YouTuber went to the real estate to find out what actually happened. And surprisingly, when she got there, she got a different story altogether. And the people actually had CCTV footages to prove what they were saying. So I wanted to really remove the video, but it has been there for a very long time. So I decided to leave it. You see, you cannot live in a new society like that. And the African Americans, they have not realized that some of the privileges they have in Ghana, we, the Ghanaians, we don't even have. You see, the way they have access to the president, somebody somewhere would think it's easy to get the Ghanaian president. It's not easy at all. But
so you see that? So like the Ghanaian president invited the blacks in. They have access to the Ghanaian president. But even the Ghanaian people don't. They have special privileges, special treatment. But I think they are about to, they are causing a lot of problems, and they're going to lose all these privileges, just like they are losing it here in America, and it's their own doing.
Do you know this very case? If it had happened to any Ghanaian, any ordinary Ghanaian.
Oh man.
This is Wix.
I mean, the normal process is that you go to the police station, from police station to the lands commission to the police station, and then to court. You'll be moving just up and down. But with this case, it went directly to the office of the president, because the office of the president have the diasporan office directly under him. So anything that happens to the diasporan community, the president is aware, because he invited them. He started that initiative. So you have all this.
You see that, guys? There's no, shortcuts. They have their issue is directly. The president himself took it on. Guys, Ghanaian people need to wake up. Ghana, you voted your president in. You don't, now he's catering special attention to another group of people. Think about that. A group that's not even grateful to the Ghanaian people. So Ghana must wake up, man. You know, the president definitely is wrong for this one. He's totally wrong. Yes, we get it. You know, you can help the blacks out, but you know, special privilege. I mean, I'm not even Ghanaian, and I'm very upset at this. I'm very upset about this, hearing this. It's such a disgrace. If if our president ever did that, I would protest against it myself.
These privileges. And now a time is coming when people will no longer take you serious. Because after coming out to make all these claims, people go back and check, and the case is not like that. It's a different case altogether. Tomorrow, when you have another issue, nobody will take you serious. Oh, these people, that's how they are. You get there and it's a different case. Nobody will take you serious again. You understand? Let's put an end to this thing. When there's a problem, nobody is stopping you from talking.
He's right. See, slowly, the things that they are saying, people are not taking them serious, you know, slowly. So you're causing yourself not to be taken serious anymore.
About it, but come out with the truth. And I am here saying that if you know you paid for the property, if you know you have fulfilled every contract, if you know you are right, just come out with document to prove. Show the people that this is the amount we paid. We have paid this amount to the government. One, show the contract to the people. You can scan it and put it on the screen. Everybody will read. Then we have something. We have something to fight with. You'll be surprised. The message would have been different if the Americans were right. I will sit here and the things I'll say to the government, you'll be amazed. Because I will not be happy. Because I sit on this channel and I always talk about African American. I talk about the diasporans coming back to Africa and Ghana and all that. So
you see here, that's true. They did not bring any proof. This is why the Ghanaian YouTubers are not talking about it. They are being deceptive, creating confusion in Ghana. Talking about, oh, the government did this little, you know, but they're leaving out, you know, things. It's called lying by omission. Lying by omission. And now it's clear that most of these YouTubers, they don't even do any investigation. They just want here Ghana, they jump on it. Oh, it's Africa, it's bad stuff, let's jump on it. Let's just lie on the Africans. Let's just lie and lie and lie. That's what I see.
If this happens to them, I have to come out and condemn it. But you see, when we hear these things, we go and check and the case is different. And then you go about saying all these things. You are tarnishing the image of the country. You are destroying the image of my country. And I'm not happy about it. No Ghanaian will be happy about this. That's why I'm saying that a time is coming. When you continue doing this, a time is coming, nobody will take your word serious. When you come out to say something, we'll just ignore it because, we will go and check and realize it's a different case altogether. And in the videos, you hear so many people saying, oh, don't buy land in Ghana anymore. Never buy land in Ghana anymore. Don't move to Ghana. Don't do this. That's fine. If you're not moving to Ghana, it's not compulsory. Nobody's forcing anybody to move to Ghana. It's your own choice. We only encourage you to move to Ghana. But we don't force you to come. If you don't want to come, there are 53 other African countries. You understand? There are 53 other African countries. And some of them are even more developed, far developed. Like South Africa and some other countries. They are more developed. Morocco and Tunisia and the rest. You can go there. That's okay. Some have bigger economies. Ghana is the 9th biggest economy in Africa, also 9th, I think. It means there are 8 other big economies in Africa that you can thrive there. So if you don't want Ghana, it's not compulsory. You can go to any other country. Okay, but when you are bringing out issues, just try and find out what actually happened. Because nothing just happened. Things happen for a reason. We are not crazy in Ghana. You just get up and demolish people's buildings. We don't do that.
All right. You guys heard that, right? You heard that from the Ghanaian brother there. KBM, thank you for the super chat. He said, Afridamus, I donate the first month of YouTube Premium for no ads. I would make sure I get the YouTube Premium. Chris, thank you for the super chat. And all the super chatters. Guys, please hit the like. So, guys, I'm gonna drop the link here. You guys can come in. In the meantime, let me play, the national anthem here by Tommy Sotomayor.
Call me to troll me. Did you get what you want out of this? Did it make you feel better now? There's a difference. I don't bother people I don't like. And this is what you have to deal with niggas. What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
What they built, what they did, what they gained.
You want to live off somebody else's law.
Niggas are the worst people on earth. I do understand why they made them slaves. I think one of the worst things that happened was they stopped making them slaves. If they'd have kept niggas as slaves, we'd have built more shit. We'd have been better people. Whenever black people were under the oppression of white people, they did more. They were more productive people. Name the shit you built since being out of slavery. Name it. Name it. Let me explain. You claim you built DC.
You were enslaved when you did that.
You claim you built the railroads.
You were enslaved when you did that.
Everything you claim you built in America, it's when white people had the whip on your ass. What have you built since? Come on, what have you built since? Nobody wants to talk about the facts. Now all you do is go around and begging white people for shit. All these hoods y'all proud of, white people gave them to you. You didn't build.
All right, we're back from the national anthem break from Tommy Sotomayor. That's a classic song. The man is a great thinker, one of the greatest black thinkers of this era right now. All right, so I have the panel here based Juldo, and I have Jude Empire. All right, based Juldo, welcome to the Afridamus report.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
I haven't seen you in a minute. How is it going over there in your area?
Yeah, I'm just minding my own business. Ramadan Mubarak, by the way.
Same.
Yeah,
Right.
Baraka Korka, may Allah accept it, and may Allah honestly keep my words kind of PG, so I can kind of just watch myself in this month,
That's good. So what do you want to add onto this? Do you think the time is coming where eventually the blacks, they are gonna their words slowly is not meaning anything?
Yeah, I the thing is that I'm really kind of worried about is the fact that over here, what I notice is that they will they actually embrace homosexuality so much, what I mean, over here to a point where they actually the Black American women actually treat homosexuals among their community actually better than they do men who maybe want to hold on to old traditional values and the nuclear family. A part of that is unfortunately I saw this on TikTok where there was actually a woman that that actually was putting makeup on her son's face, and then
I've seen that
Yeah.
video circulating somewhere.
Yeah, and then furthermore, there was another video where there was this guy who just got who just did a bid, what they call being in prison, and what happened is when he came home, his whole son was basically
A woman,
a whole
quote
woman.
unquote.
Yeah. So this thing is being pushed. You know what I
So
mean?
do you see this quote unquote movement? Remember, we've always talked about that here,
Yeah.
that there is an underlying agenda.
Yes.
So if you look at it, here in America, how everything, they want to push. They're like, if you don't do it, you're against the blacks.
Right.
So, because they are so programmed to think like this,
Right.
now even the Ugandan gay bill,
Yeah.
they are making it about themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'll give you another example too. Another example too is that when the Nigerian in Kaduna State, when they said, okay, if you I can't use the R word, but if you do the R word, we're going to castrate you. Okay.
Right.
If you do the R word. The first ones to come out against that were Black Americans that were talking against that. You know, and it's like, okay, you don't see how that would be a good thing to like stem something that's obviously a problem. You don't see how that would be like a something that would be a preventive measure.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like what I'm saying is that yeah, they push this like thing, you know, unfortunately down.
But you think it's gonna backfire because
because Africans are not going to play that. You know, they're not going to play that. I mean, I'll give you an example. You know, I hate to say it, but this has nothing to do with Africa. But I talk to Afghans, you know, I talk to Afghans and I talk to Russians, and they all tell me the same thing. You know, they all tell me the same thing, that one of the core reasons why they went to war or why they had to fight the war was for these ideologies not to reach their source, like so feminism,
right,
LGBT, and that stuff. And so it'll be the same thing with the Africans as well. Like even in Guinea-Bissau and Cabo Verde, like you ask the average Guinea-Bissau and what he'll do to someone pushing that ideology, and he will say he will delete them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yes.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let's go to Judah. Judah Empire. Judah, welcome to the Afridamus Report, my co-host.
Oh yes, Afridamus. How are you, sir?
I
Hope
am
you're
well.
doing great.
I am well.
Exactly.
So Judah. So you saw the videos. I've shown the video of a FBA deleting a Gambian. You know, that little monster not walked up to the car dealership and, you know, shot him there, killed him over because of she's not happy. And then what, you know, the gay bill, this black is telling other blacks not to come to Africa because of the gay bill. What do you want to say to these things?
Afridamus, when I saw that video of the FBA on what happened to the Gambian person, I'm like, this is why Africans come and they don't want to go closer to these people. And this is not the first time this is happening. This has happened in several. I used to live in Indianapolis, Indiana, and a similar situation like this happened where an African was helping an African American from work to drop him in his, because he wasn't driving. He had problems with his driver's license, as you know. You know, they always
Right.
have problem with all those stuff. So they, yeah. So at one point in time, this African got robbed, you know, by this guy that he was helping, and you know,
Man.
about times
Judah,
almost
what-
7 times, man. Hello.
Go ahead. Yeah. Now you're working.
They shot. I think this guy was from. I think the guy was from Senegal. They shot him several times, stole his car, took everything, and that was end of story, man. It's just so it's the same thing that it keeps happening often and often, and that is what made me to change my mindset about how, you know, just because people are black doesn't mean they are your brothers. So when people are coming and say, oh, we should work together, no, man, the mindset is different. These people have a different mindset. For us to work together, they take out that white supremacist mindset. They believe that they are still being controlled by the white man. But us Africans, we don't different mindset. Now, when it comes to what is happening, I think what happened in Uganda.
Judah, you gotta fix. Judah, you gotta fix your audio though.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Right.
You said,
Yeah, what I'm saying is what happened in Uganda was, I think they have the right to pass whatever bill they want to, especially based on the situation, right? And United States gave them, I think they gave them an ultimatum. They wanted to sanction them, and the president still went ahead and passed that bill. And like you said, polygamy is not acceptable in America, because when I came to United States, I came from a family of polygamous home. So I was thinking of bringing my culture to America to see, to see if I can also get married to like 5 several women, right? But that wasn't the case, because the law of America do not permit me to do so. But they want to bring a law in Africa. They want to impose their own law on African people, which I don't find it, I don't find it acceptable at all. And
but what do you think about, because with this Pan-African movement, that person is trying to talk from a black point, like telling the blacks, don't come to Africa, like, so he's attaching the blackness to the LGBTQ. Wouldn't that put the blacks as a target?
No, he's not putting a black as a target, because he's been sponsored by the white supremacists. He's been sponsored by them. So these people, man, like I said, like all of them are being sponsored. So him choosing the countries that he wants people to go and don't want people to go is now causing confusion, because they want to go there and set another trend, right? And I'm telling you for a fact, these countries are not soft. Some other countries like Ghana and all these other places, Sierra Leone, they want to let people come in.
So what do you think about Ghana? Like clearly now we're seeing that these people were lying on Ghana about the land situation. So, and what do you think about? So you say Ghana is soft. What do you think about Ghana's president? The blacks have more, direct open door to the president. Ghanaians even don't have that. Is Ghana's president even the president of Ghana anymore?
Afridamus, let me tell you something, right? When it comes to that union called West Africa, that union should be dissolved, because some of these African countries are bringing in people with different background, and it's affecting other countries. You bring people with criminal record that are coming into your country, and because of West Africa, they have to go across other countries. And that's a problem, because you cannot, just because there is a West African, people shouldn't be crossing. But this is what is happening. You have a Ghanaian president who is not taking care of his own people. His own people cannot go into the presidency at will. His own people cannot do video shoot in his own presidency, but you have foreigners that he is giving more attention to. Do you know why? Because they still believe that these people are more superior than them. They believe that they are richer. They believe that they believe that they have money. They believe that these people are coming in to help them get out from their poverty into a rich environment. They believe that these people are the only people that can construct Ghana or Sierra Leone and all these places. Other countries do not depend on these people. These other countries do not. Other countries believe that their own people can develop these countries, not FBA and all these places. So I'm blaming Ghanaians for electing a president who do not even care about their own people, his own people, but care about who is coming in and who is not. But this is the thing, man. This is the thing. Africa they should care more about their countries instead of bringing in people, and they want them to cross across borders. That's why the Togolese border that these people were crossing, I had a problem with it, because you cannot bring in people in Ghana and you want people to go and cross, move into another. It doesn't work like that. And based on I think you were talking about you were talking about this other guy that was pushing KKK stuff like that,
right? Calling Africans monkeys. Africans should leave Africa for a better race of people.
See, when he said better race of people, he is talking about his own people, right? Me and you live in America. We know that these people, their own places are no good. Their own places are ghettos. They have never changed. They kill each other because of weed smoking and stuff. They kill you for cigarette, for blunt, for weed, for weed. You could get killed. They kill you for 25 cents because you owe someone 25 cents. So when they come over and say, oh, Africans are doing this, they are doing this. Come on, man. You haven't been able to take care of your own neighborhood. Yeah, you want to come and tell Africans to do this, and come on, bro. Come on, it just makes no sense at all.
Awesome. All right, cool. Let's bring in Kidola.
I want to say one more thing. thing real quick.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say one more thing real quick. I have a like Telegram group that me and Africans, like other Africans, keep in touch with each other.
You what?
I have a Telegram group where me and other Africans see how we're doing with each other.
Right.
Someone just sent me a 13-year-old black kid dancing in drag in front of a big audience. So this is how you know they're programming their young ones to do these things, because this just came to me right now as we speak.
All right. Yeah.
So it's a program that they're running.
Wow. Wow.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's shocking. That is truly shocking.
Yeah. All right. Let's have Kiddo. Kiddo, are you there?
You hear me good?
Your audio is messed up. Can you fix it? Say something. Let me hear.
Afridamus.
Yeah, it's.
You hear me? You hear me good?
Yes. Say something. Let me. It's crackling. It's not coming out good.
We cannot hear you unless you speak.
Do you have like a TV in the background?
This guy got some Biafra. He got Biafra.
Okay. You hear me good?
Yeah. Go ahead.
You hear me good?
Stop.
Yes.
This is not your channel out. Stop it.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Kidola.
Stop talking like a girl, bro.
Hold on, guys. Stop.
Let me start with the LGBT group, right?
Right.
You see that guy, that black guy you hear speaking, that guy with a very wide mouth. That guy came as a Pan-Africanist the first time. He was the guy analyzing the difference between African America and the unity. He came as a Pan-Africanist. He came as a love and everything. But I was suspecting him as a gay guy already, the way he talks and everything. You see, Africans, we cannot say gays are not in Africa, they are. But they are not, because first of all, it's against the whole thing in family. Family sort of don't even accept them, want them to change. Sometimes some of them run out of the family because they know what will happen to them. You understand me? If they ask them to change and something else can happen. But it seems like they push Black Americans to promote this thing more in Africa.
That's the new trend.
But
Kidola, he's inviting them to go to Congo, Gabon, South Africa. He said South Africa is open.
This is not the first time. The Western people have used this thing. During the colonization time, when the Sierra Leoneans rebelled against the British, and the British could not fight the Sierra Leoneans in the jungle, they went to bring black people for Barbados.
Right.
To take on the Sierra Leoneans because they're used to the same climate, they are dark, they are black, they're Africans, right?
Right.
So Africa started fighting. Africa they took away, and Africans they started fighting each other in the jungle, bitterly in Sierra Leone. So it will not be surprising that the white man will use a Black American who sell Pan-Africanist or who sell B1, B2 as part of their agenda to push this gay of a thing. And they're pushing it so strong. Now it's very, very strong now. I think Kenya is also having pressure.
Yeah, Kenya.
The culture.
But you notice they are trying to push it on African countries.
Yeah, but they think these leaders can just bribe the parliament. These leaders can just, because they are dictators or they are strong men, can just tell the parliament, vote for it. It's not going to happen because, one, Africa have different type of religion that these things not be accepted with. The voodoos, the Christians, and the other ones, And they have to understand, the way they accept it in America is not the way Africans will ever accept for the next 400 years. It will be totally different. So it seems like they're using Black Americans who come and say, we have family, racism.
Yeah, the Pan-African. Do you think this Pan-African thing, people are gonna start being more suspicious of them.
It's Ghana that promote Pan-Africanist. It's not the other African country. I think Sierra Leone just jumped into it because they were looking for money. You understand me? Who's like
Yes, Lula.
I'll let him finish. I see you can't hold it when he said Sierra Leone looking for money. Sierra Leone thinks the blacks got money.
Afridamus, come on, man. You don't see really better than that.
Man.
We don't need African American money.
Afridamus, you know we're all rich.
Yeah, I know.
So Ghana, it was Kuruma. Kuruma was having good intention. Maybe because he went to United States to study, he found out the conditions there, and some of the men he met there. These men were actually Kuruma was in another game. You know,
yeah, Kuruma was a Marxist.
But he also loved the light skin ones, also like from Egypt.
Right.
He asked Egyptian president to give
he was a socialist as well. He was a socialist.
Yeah. So that is that aspect. But the new Pan-African.
He likes light skinned women.
Yeah, he likes light skinned women. Because even as the then president of Egypt, to the other man, not the one that they assassinated, the other
Gamal Abdel Nasser.
Yeah, to find him a real wife to Egyptian, so that it would just be pure, so that this Pan-African is preaching would just be, confirmed. So the man gave him one Egyptian lady like that. That's how Kuruma have his own wife from that side. But this one now, this new Ghana president, is something else. It's on a high drive, real high drive.
So Kido, what do you think about the woman, the lady? Talking about they should come in groups and build cities and, take over. She used to be excited about Ghana, but not anymore. What do you think about that statement?
I know. You see, if you're a foreigner, when I mean foreigner, you're not an indigent. I can come to Ghana, I can be a foreigner, yeah, but I will never bought into a beachfront property. Those beachfront properties are really government properties. If you're not an indigent of that place, your tribe owns those land there. Don't go there.
Right.
Don't go there at all. But one other thing also is this: coming as a group to occupy or to conquer. I think they have to study West Africa history. Doesn't mean that Africans are quiet, or you see them looking quiet, calm. You think they're looking like you like a fool. West Africans are the most violent and the most dangerous that you ever encounter. You will regret it.
I agree with that.
Taking you off any part of you is easy for them once they decide to go on you. The way the chimpanzee is, the way the snake is in West Africa, the way the dog is. Have you ever seen wild dog? The way they go on group hunting, that's where West Africa is. So you don't just come. Sometimes I see the way they talk. I say, look, don't just take this book. This book fought the British. The British in the whole of West Africa. The British have no land.
Right.
They fought them. So be very careful.
Thank God to some of our warriors, hey.
But Kidola, you said something which I saw Al laughing. But Al, this is normal. Like Sierra Leone government, those handouts, they're gonna find a way to make money. That's a thing in Sierra Leone.
Like the guy that killed that black, the guy that killed that Gambian guy.
Yes.
I now realize
it's a woman.
Okay, the woman that killed that Gambian guy. I think first of all, the way people dress and the way people tattoo things in their body. I think people that live in America for a long time can see these people who they are really. Because if that crazy girl with those tattoos come around you, you first of all very, very far for her because these people have no life. They like they're like the bottom, they carry guns around them. And yeah, he happened to be a guy that taking responsibility of his mother, feeding, breadwinner of the family, just be taken out by a very low life, somebody that is, wayward. You can see what happened to the Asian woman that they went to rob. The guy also was also like this kind of somebody also. You can see a lot of things you're seeing. You think for God's sake, you people don't have ambitions. Because if you have ambition, you don't take why Africans don't take dangerous steps in America, or Africa don't involve in this kind of reckless behavior in America, because they have a lot of family to take care of. Africans have been brought up to behave, don't disgrace the family, and all these things. So when they leave their shore, they just focus on their job and their money making. You understand me? So they don't really know racism and I think Africans have to understand. Is this not the first time? There's also a black American guy that killed a Nigerian guy. He wanted to rob the guy in the gas station. That guy was also shot dead also.
That's how it goes. And also, Kidola, what do you think about the guy that said Africans are you monkeys need to leave Africa for a better race of people? He's talking about themselves.
Yeah, but that's the way you see when that's where most that I tell you this. What that guy is saying, that's where most black Americans are thinking in their mind when they see Africans, they make mocking sound. Those kind of sound.
Can you not do that again?
Wicked.
They make those sounds.
Here, let me play this 1 second. You hear this.
But where's the violence for this shit? Where's all that tribal violence, all that tribal warfare, all that violence you Africans know how to engage in amongst yourselves? Where's that shit for these Chinese motherfuckers coming over there attacking Africans in Ghana? Where y'all at then? Oh, as usual, Africans are only hard body against other black people, but when it comes to other races of people, you Africans are bending over and spreading your butt cheeks as wide as you can. That's how you people do it. That's how you do it in Africa, and that's how you monkeys do over here. You come over here, and as soon as you get off the plane, you're looking for the first white ass to kiss. Because that's how you get down. Because that's the only way you're going to make it in America. You got to kiss ass when you come over here. It is what it is. The people are pathetic, and I'm just tired of people like Umar Johnson trying to tie African Americans to you motherfuckers. I'm sick and tired of these niggas out here trying to push this Pan-Africanism shit. I don't want to link up with Africans. I have nothing in common with you fucking animals. I don't think the way that you think. I don't understand the way that you motherfuckers think. I cannot understand how you people just continually allow yourselves to be fucked up.
All right.
Afridamus, please. This thing is kind of like a little bit, see, like just for 1 minute. That's what they think. That even when a black America gets dating an African, they will make such a sound also to that girl. So why are you dating this boy? So it's the way they think, it's the way they reason. But you have to understand that these blacks in United States, they behave like those people that colonized them, right? That the people that trained them. They behave like they're the city like
this is nothing to do with African American or
hold on.
Let the man finish. Let him finish.
All right.
You can also black American Sierra Leone later because they are coming with their passport monies. $5,000 they pay to get those passports. We all know how it goes. So the truth of the matter is this: if that's where they think, you have to understand they will be isolated. They are not like the Caribbeans who have communication, who still have some names who still speak in their language, still be mixed with some African language. The Caribbeans have names of food that they can still measure in West Africa. They can still measure, they can still say things, how things is, because they were having continuous communication with new Africans they were bringing in. But the black Americans in America, why they are like this, is because they were very, very isolated. They were being bred to be making more blacks out of blacks. You understand me? So they don't really know much about any other thing. The language is not there. The full language is not there. The other languages that will qualify who they are is not there. So they see things in the eyes of the white man, in the eyes of the KKK that is going after them. Even the slangs they speak is all Scottish language. You understand me? The slang is part of Scottish accent.
Hey, hold on, someone, one of the cowards went behind the scene. He sent me a email. So this is how the email started. He said, Gambia is a shithole and no one wants to go there. And he said, greetings, slave trader.
Okay, so let me just conclude. So you could see that the way they see things is the way of the vicious people that train them. You understand me? Compared to the Caribbeans who still hold on to their African names, African names of food, African names of clothes, and other things. This section of black Americans are totally lost. So they don't see you. They can see you as black, but the moment they know you are not part of that history, they see you as a foreigner. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. All right. We have Al. Al, go ahead.
As I start with my language, be a team, Jara Masido.
Jara Matanala.
Jump
okay.
to.
Yeah. First of all, Afridamus, I don't know where to start. You know me, you're my brother. I come here sometimes I agree with you, sometimes I disagree with you. On this topic, it's a topic where you have to pick the bone. Some of it, I definitely agree with you in terms of the homosexuality, the LGBT movement in the continent. I totally disagree with that, 100%. But in terms of the African Americans coming back to Africa, to their ancestral home, I haven't changed my view on that. And
this is the thing. It's not about me,
Yeah. Yes.
It's about the topic at hand here. Like, forget, I'm just here to bring you the topic.
Oh yeah.
So it's a discussion, you've heard
Absolutely.
everyone. So don't it doesn't matter what I think,
Yeah, but I always
so it's about what you what do you want to add on to these topics here? Like,
okay. Well, base number one, I totally disagree with homosexuality in the continent in any form. Anyone that come up with that sort of system in Africa should be put in prison and never allowed to enter the continent again. Simple as that. It's not in our tradition. It's not in our cultures. It's not in our religion. It's not in our nothing. It's totally,
But did you hear what that guy was saying? He said, Africa accepted Islam and Christianity. Is equating, saying that's a bad thing.
We accept.
And so therefore,
but we don't accept homosexuality.
Yes. So he's saying that's hypocritical.
Yes. Well, in a way, how can he compare religion to some sin, to sinners? How can he compare religion to satanic? It just shows how his mind is already been so messed up. It's far beyond, repairable, really, to be honest.
Okay.
But how can you think like that?
So okay. Moving on, right? So when he talked about, for example, like the land issue in Ghana.
Yeah.
You've heard what they are saying, right?
Yes.
Okay. Clearly, they are just spreading, false information, falsehood.
Yes.
So now your country, Sierra Leone, they announced they're going to be giving free land, to the blacks, right?
Yeah.
So what do you think about that?
It's up to the presidents and
No.
his program. Me personally,
No, we want to hear what you have to say.
I think if the land is given to the right people for the right development.
What do you mean the right people? What would be considered right you know,
right
in
people
your eyes?
Well, you know, we all know it's common sense, right? Someone is
No,
coming,
I don't.
someone that's coming in with some money, yeah, and is going to develop the area and add instead of taking out. That's the right people, you know. But if you're going to just come to take the land and sit on it, not build anything on it, and you're going to come back years later, you're gonna find someone else already built on the land anyway.
But
as you well know.
how many Sierra Leoneans are without land?
You know what? Very good question. Well, to be honest with you, Afridamus, you know Sierra Leone is a very small country anyway. And I mean,
No, what I'm saying, I'm asking, how many are without land?
It's a lot. It's a lot of people without land in Sierra Leone. Because you know, land problem in Sierra Leone is massive anyway. In fact, in Sierra Leone, you cannot just go to if you come out of Freetown, you know, like Kono, you can't just go to Kono and buy land. You know, the chief you have to go to the chief.
Right. So how do you feel looking at it, right? Of people that are coming from the wealthiest country in the world, regardless of skin color,
yes,
are coming to take free land that even, you know, the poorest of the poor, you know, is not getting free land. If they can buy it, then they're asked out.
Well, I would have.
How does that sit well with you?
To be honest, we are very hospitable people. I mean, Sierra Leone Foundation and Liberia, we're always
but they can be hospitable to those poor people if they have free land to give. You know, charity begins at home, right?
Yeah. Well, to finish, I don't know what happened. Is, to be honest with you, it's a very good question, and
I can respond to that.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't expecting that question, which is really good. I really. But however, if the piece of land given to the African Americans in diaspora, if it's gonna be monitored, like to say, right, we're gonna give you this.
What do you mean monitored? If it's given, it's given.
It's gonna be follow-up process.
No. Wait, no. I mean, if you give somebody, it's one thing to, like in Ghana, right? You saw the situation, they leased it. It's not leased. It's not. It doesn't mean own it, right?
Yes.
So if they are given the land, right?
Yeah.
If you're giving, then monitoring it. I mean, that's not given, if you ask me.
Well, yeah, in a way. I mean, let me give an example, right? See, the western area of Freetown, most of these lands belong to the Creole. Yeah, years later, a lot of this land has been taken away anyway. And if you go around the
those lands belong to those, Timinese and there's
Mendes Timini territory is north.
Look,
it's not west. It's not west. You know that anyway.
Okay.
Timini territory is from
the
border between Guinea and Sierra Leone. That's where you get.
But the point, they are vast. They are all over. I'm saying,
and then you got the Kissi, and you got the Creole, and the other tribes in the west, and then obviously
but you haven't
in the east.
You haven't answered.
What do you want me to say? That they shouldn't give land to African Americans because there are people in Sierra Leone that need land, that can acquire land. Is that what you said?
I see you don't want to answer this. I'll go to an actual black person. We'll come back to you because I want to hear what Jude and Kidola would say to this.
No,
we'll go to. Let me. We have one of your rich.
You can never educate.
Blacks who defy. Are you there?
Jumbo.
Oh, that's your. That's greetings in your tribe. Look,
yes, in my
blacks will define. Can you do me?
Yeah, how are you, sir?
You're black. Can you do me a favor?
See, Jumbo.
Yes, sir.
Can you take a DNA test and go to Sierra Leone and get free land? Even if you don't keep it, you can give it to me.
Well, sir, I'm still waiting on that beachfront property you owe me. That you said that you had. Sir, do you still own the beach?
Yes, it is in Sierra Leone.
Hang on a minute.
It's in Sierra Leone. You can collect it there.
Yeah, me and you gonna have a war, bro. Okay. Land, yeah?
So, Blacks with Defy. Welcome
sir.
to the Afridamus report. You
Thank you,
heard
sir.
the report, and we started with the young lady, killing the Gambian gentleman.
Yes.
From Mr. Samber, he got killed senselessly.
Yeah,
And then we moved on to, the first, quote unquote Pan-African, but deep down, it's about the LGBT agenda because
Yes,
these
it is.
countries are rejecting it, right?
As they should.
So, and the land issue, what do you want to add onto this?
Well, first of all, no African American is entitled to any land in any of the countries within the continent of Africa. That's first. I know that there are a lot of, tensions between people from the continent of Africa and American Blacks.
But why is that? Like,
it's just because, firstly, misinformation surrounding slave trade, and also when those from the several African countries that come here, whether that's Cameroon or Nigeria or anywhere in Sierra Leone or any of those places come here, there's just a huge perception that they're a drain on resources that are already scarce, but that's a lie.
Yeah, but if you look at it, people who are depending on the government to give them free stuff, right?
Yeah.
Bottom feeders would think that. But
yes, absolutely.
America, people don't come here just to go and collect free stuff, especially Africans. They work. Like, people work.
Yes, African. So every African, I don't like saying African. I like to say where they're from. Nigerians, and the people I've dealt with mostly in my life when I lived in Chicago and now that I live in the Dallas area, have been people from Sierra Leone, Nigeria, or Cameroon. And every time I see any one of them, they're always grinding, for better or worse, man. Whether or not you like them or whatever, they're always grinding. And I'm talking about, I see them start from the lowest of the low a lot of the times. Riding the bus, being harassed by other people.
Like the excuses most of the Blacks make, like someone like her. There's this narrative they lie among. There's immigrants get a lot of sponsorships from the government. Like what sponsorship? What would
take
this
advantage of what's there?
No, but what they don't.
The only Afridamus, the only thing I don't want us to do is paint all African Americans.
But look,
do you not think people have enough intelligence to know that?
Well, it's nice to really.
No, but I'm talking to somebody.
That,
but what I'm saying, I'm talking to somebody who's actually Black from the United States.
Yes.
He knows the difference. He's got common sense. Go ahead.
Okay.
So,
all right.
So absolutely. Of course there are differences, but 51% of something, still makes it the majority. And when we deal with a situation like this, we don't have to have any caveats. We know what the reality is and what it isn't. But I'll say that when I see in mainstream media, on social media, downtrodden groups of people saying that Africans are stealing resources here, that's a lie. It's a bald-faced lie, man. Just like if we were to say all Black people are a detriment to all communities, we know that that's a lie as well. It's just a certain.
Black, I can't stop. I have to read this one to you.
All right, go ahead.
Not Turner. He said this imposter is not FBA. Afridamus, you're always pulling the same card using fake FBA.
I don't know why.
The Rhetoric's group.
First of all, I don't know.
You remember Nat Turner, right?
FBA or the other one. What's the other one that they came up with?
ADOS.
ADOS, and then there's another
they
one.
All deserve slapping.
The Indians.
Yeah, and then there's another one that the white people came up with, the BIPOC.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't associate myself with any of that. First of all, second of all, my lineage is set in stone here in America. Came from slaves, okay, whatever. I mean, but that's fine. It was a blessing.
Not I got the real black person here. What are you mad at?
He's mad because he probably isn't. He's probably a supreme divester, but that's okay. But the point here is, I don't care. It was a blessing, man. How can you not be blessed being here in America? My God, there's so many opportunities. And if you want to go back to the quote motherland, or you want to participate in the commerce and the growth going on in those several countries, Ghana, Nigeria, wherever, West Africa, then go ahead and do it. Just make sure you're bringing.
But blacks would defy. Think about this, right? You're right. They can take advantage of that, right? But why can't these people just quietly go do this and not cause all this drama? Like if they really have the money, why can't they just go do what they're doing?
They want to be loved more than they want to actually affect change. We live in a social media world where everything has to be seen, not done. I can put a green screen behind me right now and say I'm taking a flight on United Emirates Air or whatever. People like to pretend. They like to live this fantasy more than they like actually doing something. Think about it. Everybody lives vicariously through other people.
Right.
No one actually does anything today. They'd much rather just talk about it. And so if you tell them to go over to Ghana and actually fulfill the contract, because you guys spoke about that contract that was supposedly not fulfilled. Yeah. Go and do the work that you said you were going to do.
Exactly.
If you do not do it, then you have to be gone. Period. Do
you think they are pissed off there was no white people for them to blame, like reaching for?
Well, you see, they're trying though. They're trying the tactic. They're trying to blame African, the Ghanaians, as if they were to blame white people, but it's not
right.
Going to work. They don't have the complexion for the protection. White people are, usually will acquiesce and be like, you know what, you're right, it's our fault. But you're dealing with people who have fought for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, and they're not going to acquiesce to you and your strong arming tactics. Are you serious? It doesn't make any sense. People are fools.
It's crazy. It's like they leave out the story. They don't tell the full story. And you heard what the Ghanaian guy said. He said, you guys are saying things and people are jumping on it. We investigate. But now we're finding out, more, you're saying stuff. When we hop on it, we find out it's a lie, So more and more, the things you're saying, people are not going to care. I think that's what's happening here in America, too. The racist thing, people don't fall for it anymore.
They don't. All of my life, I've been called a Channel 9 news anchor. I've been called, they thought I was from Jamaica because I'm well-spoken. Imagine growing up on the south side of Chicago speaking the way I do. You know what I mean? It's implausible to many of their minds, but it was absolutely feasible because I was there. So it's amazing how people like Nat Turner can come up here and tell me exactly where I'm from. But in a sense, will not come up here and talk about it himself.
But blacks will defy. Are you surprised to hear someone like Al here, who's looking? Last time he's talking about engineers, he's hell-bent, or he thinks the blacks here are rich. He wants them to come and develop his country.
Hey,
what are you shocked to hear this?
I'm
No, Afridamus, you're
right.
right.
I'll let him answer. I'll let him answer. Let the man answer.
I'm not shocked to hear it, honestly. I don't know, man. Maybe he thinks
He really thinks, like
Black people have
he's been all careful, like he's talking to his
Yeah, you
investors.
shouldn't, man. You should speak
I
plainly.
think he's seen blacks as his new master. Is this because you were what is it called? Because in England, in the UK, I heard you guys have Black History Month. Like the blacks here are like the Black British's daddies. You guys look up to them like your daddies. And
I never had that ever. And in fact, if anything, when the Black British and the Black American meet, you probably get more respect. We get more respect from the Black American than the other way around. So I don't know where you got that.
No, that's not what I've been seeing.
We're farming our thinkings, and also, growing up in the UK, I grew up with all, Caribbeans.
FBA lineage matters.
All kind of black people that came from the Caribbeans. I grew up with them over here, and I can see some of the stuff that you said. Growing up young, you get looked down on.
Look. Let me read this. Someone wrote more. He said, Afridamus is telling the truth, and I'm British. You see?
No, but that's not true. He can say
he's
not British. It's not true.
Well, he was.
I never look up to African Americans. Never do.
No,
never do. And
the blacks,
Black British anyway.
Even you, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you just you're not catching it. You look up to the blacks. You came here last show. You said they could be engineers, like you're looking for them to come. And today too, it's like you're begging, for them to come to Sierra Leone. There's a lot of smart Sierra Leoneans here. You know that, right?
I was laughing at you when you said Sierra Leone need African Americans' money to develop the country. That's when I jumped in. And I thought, hang on a minute.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you said. Go back to the video.
Okay, hold on. We'll allow Zongo in. I'll allow Ola and Judah to come get you in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah. Put them all, line them up for me, man. I like them all. I'll just have them one by one. I'll put them all down. Apart of Zongo, though. Zongo, my brother. I would
Zongo.
My bloodline.
Yo,
yes.
Zongo, welcome to the Afridamus report. Zongo.
Thank you for having me.
I don't know if you caught the beginning, the Gambian that was killed by that young lady there, and the LGBTQ. You were saying Uganda made a wrong decision for passing that.
Yeah.
How so?
Oh, first of all, greetings to the panel. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you, Zongo. Yes, brother.
First of all, in relation to that, I think of all the problems we have in African societies, I don't see why would a lawmaker draft a bill and take it to the parliament for it to be passed.
Wait. You said why would a lawmaker
draft a bill, take it to the parliament?
But that's what lawmakers do.
I said of all the problems. Africa, that's what I mean. You understand? Because growing up in an African society, you barely see gay people. We do have gays, but you don't see them in endemic proportions, just like you see that over here in the U.S., right?
but Zongo,
okay,
the way these people operate, right?
Let me respond to that.
Let him finish, man.
So in our societies,
I'm the host. Let me run this, okay? I'm gonna kick you out. I swear. Calm down, bro.
Okay. All right, I'll let you go.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm the co-host as well. You're gonna be kicked out.
Oh, shut up. Be quiet. No one want to hear your little voice.
Like the demographic, like the fabric of our societies. We have like Christians, we have Muslims, and we have the traditional groups, and most of them have certain cultural and moral values that they uphold to. That are like in Ghana, for instance, most of the schools, like the elementary, high schools, and the tertiary institutions, were constructed by these religious institutions, and they have certain values that they uphold. I don't know if you guys remember some just recently, even having a dreadlock in a secondary school in Ghana is not even allowed. let alone like to practice gay, right? So I don't think it's something present in our society for the lawmaker to go and pass it to make it a law. Because even if you
So,
make it a law, how do you intend to enforce it?
Zongo, do you think Uganda just woke up one day and did this?
I think they're just reacting to the external pressures.
I disagree. Do you know? Are you familiar with Pastor Semper?
I mean, the reason I'm saying, because like in Ghana too, there was a parliamentarian who
I
was
saw that. But Zongo, what I'm saying is, what you're saying, you're making a big mistake. Laws, right? There's a reason why these laws are being made right now. Uganda, they've been fighting to pass this on Uganda. They're trying to. It is Westerners who believe they give aid to Uganda, right? So therefore, they have to twist their arm. So because they believe, okay, the president, these are strong men, because they label them dictators. So they just want, these people are pressuring these governments to pass this law, to make it a law to allow them to put in their law that same-sex marriage is legal. That's what they are trying to do. So therefore, they have to pass the law that fits the values and the culture.
To criminalize it.
They have to. Yes, they have to criminalize it, because there is people trying to force this upon them. So it is dire to put it in law. That's how laws are made. Just because when you say there are other things, like when you say other things, like what other things do you think are there?
I said of all the present problems we do have in most.
Like name one that is more pressing than this.
I mean, economic problems, infrastructure and something like that. Because
that you're talking building this right here.
Because remember, when you pass a law, it doesn't hold any value until you set up your commission. Hold on first. Let me complete.
Zongo.
Until you enforce the law, there's no value in the law.
Zongo.
Yeah, you gotta enforce it, and you need people to employ to do that.
Zongo. In these countries, right? Like you might say, African countries don't have infrastructure. There are certain laws that are about morality, like this, right? They pass it. They will enforce it.
But I'm talking about the practicality of the law, right? Because you need to have an agency to set rules and to implement the enforcement.
Yeah, but that shouldn't be a problem. Like
let me complete
you're looking at.
If you allow me to complete my statement, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not condoning that, but I'm saying that coming from Ghana, you don't walk around seeing gays around in Ghana, right?
I get that.
So you pass the law, you build an agency. You employ people to just go around fishing around people just who are gays and trying to criminalize them. I'm saying
no. That's not what's happening in Ghana. Didn't you see? No.
Because when you pass a law, right? Afridamus, listen. When you pass a law, when you pass a bill into a law, right? You gotta enforce it. You have to have an agency or probably merge it into a different commission or a government department, so that you can be able to enforce it. Otherwise, the law hold any value.
Zongo.
I agree.
Zongo.
Right?
Okay, you are thinking, in Western terms. In Africa, I can assure you, just because, see, you are hitting on two parts. Two parts. So you're saying just because you don't see, people, homosexuals, it means they shouldn't pass the law. But hold on, you have your country, you have foreign people who this is their culture. They've turned it into their culture, right? And your government is bringing people in. They're the ones talking, meeting these people. They know why they are passing these laws. You are overthinking it, but this would be implemented just like they said no marijuana and stuff like that. Is the same thing.
Look in Ghana, for instance, the political party, like the opposition party, who's advocating for that law to be passed, for that bill to be passed into law. I mean, they are just doing that to score political points in the upcoming election, right? I don't think they really mean that because the Ghanaian society, because they know like Ghanaian society, they abhor that act, right? And when they make an attempt, they are trying to draft a bill for it to be passed in Parliament. Of course, it's going to garner attention. Public are going to support it because it's against the moral and the cultural fabric of that society, right? So they are just doing that for political points.
Well,
Coming
Zongo,
to power.
Zongo, I see you. You just keep shifting from post to post. I think you don't like that they passed the law for
No, but
whatever
I'm
reason.
not saying I don't like that they passed the law. I'm saying it's not our priority. I mean, passing.
No, maybe it might not be your priority, but did you not see people in
But
Uganda?
we are reacting to the pressure though, because if you believe you are independent from anybody, if someone is trying to push something on you, I mean, why care about what they are telling you to do?
No, Zongo,
If you react,
this is not a reaction.
that's
If
what
the world,
because
right?
that's what you say.
The world is changing, right? The world, there's a lot more proximity. Just like you saw that quote unquote Pan-African guy coming out telling the blacks don't go, blah, blah, blah. What does he mean by?
But I'll respond to that. But I was just saying.
No, what I'm saying, what does he mean by that? So obviously, these countries have to make sure and pass this law like clear cut, because we could say the same thing. In America here, there was a time, this wasn't allowed. It wasn't in the open. I've seen that. So if you're not into that lifestyle, you're not gonna see it, right? You're not gonna. You're not gonna wait. You're not gonna see it, right? So why did these people fight? Why did they wait? Why did they fight to pass it and make it a law? I mean, nobody's there. If you're not in it, you don't care. You don't see it. So why would they fight to say make it law?
They are
to make it
reacting because,
legal?
like, I mean, if you remember when Obama came some years back to meet the
Hold
Kenyan
on.
president.
Who's got noise behind?
Yeah, if you remember when Obama visited Kenya, then the Kenyan president, you remember what the Kenyan president said. Of all the priorities they had, passing an anti-gay bill into law wasn't top of their priorities. They have other issues they have to take care of. I mean, it was just simple, simple talk, and then you continue with your day-to-day activities.
Zongo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not
Obama was
following.
disappointed.
I don't know. If you are following, if you're following what's really happening in the world, like it matters. It matters to pass the law.
Because listen to Afridamus, you gotta listen to the angle that I'm arguing at, right?
Okay.
Yeah. We have our societies have systems in place. We have educational institutions, right? And most of these educational institutions are built by religious institutions like Muslims, Christians, and the traditionalists too. They have their own values, right? And they teach the case according to their values and systems that they believe. So it's gonna be hard for an average Ghanaian growing up upholding these gay beliefs and something. It's not gonna permeate into the society like it is happening here in America. Because in America they teach them through the schools in
Zongo,
institutions.
it did not used to be like that here. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But they are
they came. These same people, just like they came trying to strong arm these countries. That's how they strong arm the United States. So it's not like Uganda just woke up and say, let's pass this. These people are traveling, trying to quote unquote conquer, the world. So what you're saying, yeah, it would be easier to enforce it, especially when you say, wait, let me finish. Like if you say the culture, right, is already, set like that, they're against it. So the law would just help solidify it. That's all. It's not that hard. IS, thank you for the super chat. He said support. Hold on. He said support the Afridamus guys. He's absolutely right, guys. Support the stream and hit the like. Yeah. So Zongo, if what you're saying, yeah, the culture, people, they don't like it, right? They are, so this law would just, it would just solidify, it would solidify, you know, it would solidify it. It sends a message that, you know, the lawmakers and the people are on the same page. Simple as that.
But a message to whom? To the outsider or to the Ghanaians? Because the Ghanaians are not really concerned.
There are Ghanaians who are pushing this too, who are
And I'm
gays.
saying that the political parties that are doing that, they are doing that to score political points,
Well,
not necessarily trying to address the day-to-day present problems affecting their society. That's
yeah, I mean,
because the system in place, the system in place in the society already address the intrusion of gay into the society. It's not they're not gonna allow it to permeate into the society because there are systems in place that will tackle that already. So
yeah,
I
but
just
passing this, you know, doesn't mean those other stuff will not be taken care of. They passed it. Now they're moving on to something else. It's not.
because when you pass a law, then you gotta have an agency to set the rules and enforce
Well,
it,
I'm.
and it
Yeah,
takes money to do that too as well. And I'm saying that we gotta
you don't want them to
strategize.
spend.
We gotta
Let them.
strategize. We gotta strategize on how to use our budget. We can focus on more pressing issues affecting our societies than problems that wouldn't have any influence into our society because we've been forced externally to kind of react. It's almost like we are reacting to the pressures.
Yeah, Zonga, I'll have to disagree with your
Okay,
take on this.
but I think the partners
Afridamus,
on board.
I'm not. Yeah,
I think he's making some good point, but also some other point. I think I am not with it neither. But looking at what he's saying about
just because it's not like they're gonna spend millions to build agencies. The law is there. The people already, agree with it. Their mindset work like that. They don't need to build places. The people, it's just the law. It just solidifies where the Ghana people stand. So guys, continue talking. Continue.
Okay, let me just see if you, as a nation, if you have your priorities and you have your agendas in place, you wouldn't allow external forces to dictate or alter your priority that you have for your country. That's the point I'm trying to make, because you already set your budget. That is what you're going to fund for your country for the next 4 or 5 years or 6 or 8 years or maybe the next 20 decades. I mean, why would you allow an external force to kind of force you into doing stuff like that? Because there are checks and balances within your within the systems in your country that addresses such problems. I'm me saying that does not necessarily mean that I'm condoning that act. But the society itself, if you are born, I come from Ghana. If you are born a gay, there's going to be a social stigma in the society that you're a gay. Nobody's going to be, associate with you like they do over here in America. Like, it's that bad.
Especially coming from the special tribe that you come from, being a Hausa, for
exactly.
example.
Me, I coming from
that
even as a Muslim myself.
Exactly.
If I'm going to convert into a Christian, in a Christian religion, my community might probably throw me out because nobody's going to deal with me anymore, and let alone bringing a sodomite, way of life into your society. I mean,
Charlie, being a
what,
Hausa, wow, that would be like a death penalty, bro.
Exactly, the social stigma in society is you cannot be able to live in that society, right? I think the money could have been diverted elsewhere to fund projects or stuffs that will really address the key problems affecting our society. I think that's the point I wanted to make. I'm not saying that I'm condoning that act, but I mean, we shouldn't, as Africans, we have our priorities, we have our budget, we have our plans, and we shouldn't allow external forces to kind of dictate how we should react and what not to react.
Good point.
The second point I wanted to address was the situation in Ghana about what they said. I mean, when I came to America, I mean, it's not that hard to find, right? If you want to purchase a land, if you want to purchase a land, you have to go through the land commission. You have to make sure the person who sold the land to you has is indeed the owner of the land. You know, there's scams everywhere. You know, if you go to Accra, the capital, I mean, it's a cosmopolitan city that houses different groups from different countries elsewhere. So, I mean, if you are a foreigner, I mean, everybody can dupe you. You know, so you just have to apply due diligence when purchasing a land. So that problem alone is being tackled, right? And then the response that the Ghanaian guy did say, I think it kind of holds some kind of value because I mean, if you and the problem is like when he did say like the government, you gotta understand that it's not like at the national level, probably a local government because in Ghana, the lands are not owned by the government; they are owned by the chiefs and stuff like that. So the chief kind of like have they kind of coordinate or collaborate with the government to to hand over like ownership to individuals or uh to individuals, right? So
Right.
for the government to, I mean, the local governments giving them a land for them to develop the land and not upholding the contract terms and agreement, they clearly flouted the contract terms, and the house deserved to be demolished because even local Ghanaians who build houses on areas demarcated for roads and transportation lines, they get demolished as well. So there's no
Yeah, I mean,
preferential
that's
treatment.
very common in Africa. To be honest,
Exactly.
I don't think they're targeting African American homes because
Yeah.
that's going to be a
There's
wrong
no
way to
preferential
look at it.
treatment whether you are black.
Yeah, you're right. They're not making those types of targets. That what they're doing.
Exactly.
They do the same thing in Kenya too. It's
Yeah.
you're right all over Africa.
And then you have to understand, like the politicians in Ghana, most of them they are not like. So I think the problem we do have because we are all black, everybody think everybody's equal. No, because someone is someone has like the human capital, or someone has skills and knowledge uh, um, more than another person. So you shouldn't just compare yourself like, oh, because the Indians or the Lebanese are into that country, so you can compete with them. What skills do you have? What capital do you have? The human capital do you have? There are industries within Ghana that needs investment. Do you think you are qualified to be able to draft a business plan to invest in those areas? Do you have the skills? Do you have the human capital? Do you know how to establish a business? These are the key questions that a lot of people are not really addressing, because the Lebanese that come to Ghana, they are building or the Indians, they are building grocery shops like Walmart and stuff like that, or they have IT firms that are distributing their supplies to the local industries within the society. And some of the white people that come to Ghana, they are investing billions of US dollars in the oil and gas industry. So I mean, you in America, you might not be even considered an asset to your society. So what makes you think that if you go to other countries, you're gonna become an asset to that society? Because everything is pretty much being um, provided to you in America. Like in Ghana, for instance, a developing country, you have to start everything from scratch. So for them to be comparing themselves to certain groups that do come to Ghana, I think it's pretty much unfair, and it clearly shows that they are not really that exposed to traveling to other countries and elsewhere as well. So that's what I want. And the politicians in Ghana, I wanted to add that one as well as that. I mean, the president of Ghana, he had his education in Oxford. Finance minister, he had his education in Yale. And most of them really have advanced level education. I mean, they are exposed to the Western culture. They know that. So when they invited African American, as a Ghanaian myself, they didn't invite it specifically African American. They said that diasporans, and that includes Ghanaians who are staying in Western societies for longer years, and because of the system in Ghana, they don't want to return back home. So it includes them as well, not just only FBA folks as well. So they were inviting them to come back to help, invest in areas that might help to stimulate the local economy over there. So yeah, when they invited, they were looking for money. So I knew that they were looking for skills, people with capital, people who could invest in industries that need investment to kind of help stimulate and help that industry kind of grow and thrive as well. So that's what I wanted to add.
The only problem with Lebanese I mean, Afridamus would know that, growing up in Sierra Leone, you would not be living far away from a Lebanese family or Lebanese people. Or in fact, we used to have the Syrians also. Unfortunately, me personally, I used to think Lebanese used to bring investment in Sierra Leone, for example, with the shops that they own, and like in Kono district where Afridamus used to live, they used to own a lot of the mining, and also they used to occur. Being a Lebanese, it's easy for you to get a plot of land to mine than a local Sierra Leonean, and also you're more likely to get a loan from Standard Chartered in Freetown to open a business when you arrive in Sierra Leone than a local Sierra Leonean. They did enjoy a massive amount of freedom in Sierra Leone, before the war, right? And that was all good. We're like, yeah, wow. These people coming here, we're very tolerant, but a lot of people haven't really questioned where they managed to raise the capital to actually have so much businesses in the country. And when the war happened in Sierra Leone, and now a lot of these Lebanese that used to live in Sierra Leone, they had like people that used to work with them, in the country, and they took them back with them to Lebanon. And only to find out years later, this African Sierra Leonean that went back with the Lebanese, not only were maltreating them and like treating them like slaves and stuff like that. I mean, not long ago you probably seen where things got so hard in Lebanon, they kicked all the African workers back. And growing up in Guinea, I remember growing up in Sierra Leone and ran away to Guinea during the war, and I was in Guinea looking at the channel and seeing how it didn't take long for Lebanese to maltreat their workers in Sierra Leone that they ran away with back to Lebanon. And some of my family members looking at it with like, wow, people that came to Sierra Leone, they was given more priority than the local, they was given everything. And then Sierra Leone had this much of a war and so much trouble. The best thing, I mean, America, England, Australia, all these other countries was coming in to help Sierra Leoneans and help them to even some Lebanese were using Sierra Leone passports to migrate and helping, poor Sierra Leoneans to go to America, to go to other places. And Sierra Leoneans decide to go to Lebanon with their bosses that actually acquire a lot of their wealth in Sierra Leone and treating them like this. I remember one of my uncles said to me, if the war ever finishes in Sierra Leone, I hope and pray they don't have the leg that they had pre-war, because these people are really ungrateful, right? And when I went to Sierra Leone recently, it seemed like my uncle's prayer did answer, because you don't have a lot of Lebanese shops in Sierra Leone today. The Fullers have taken over their business. In fact, most Lebanese, if you're going to buy something to sell on, most of them have to go to Lebanese, to the Fuller guy, and buy from the Fuller to sell on and retail their stuff. So this is the kind of stuff that we should be talking about. Instead of having to rely on outsiders to come and rescue our people, thinking we're going to keep relying on other people coming in to help. I don't care whether it's, but if someone else is coming from another continent or another country, regardless of their color or background or stuff like that, what's the problem? It's not a big deal. Let them come in and help. But if they're going to be coming in, but what I'm saying is like where my brother Zango was going into, African government are very quick to pass laws, but they're not quick at enforcing them, right? Like we're sitting here talking about, for example, people coming from the diaspora, and stuff like that. Of course, it's a good thing for people to come back from the diaspora, whether they're African Americans or African that left from Africa and go to America to come back. That's how the Chinese started their revolution. Most of the Chinese that built the railways in America and all over the world, they're like, you know what? Why am I going to be sitting there continue to build another man's land and not going back? So that's what I think. That's what the guy in Ghana was trying to do by calling the diaspora to come back. Then obviously African American answered the route, and if they was coming there to invest and do the right thing, yeah. But if you're going to be coming there to cause trouble for the locals that you already met, that actually be so hospitable to you, then you're going to have to go back, and that's how we should be.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Sorry about that. I had a call, but KBM, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to speak?
No, not yet.
All right, go ahead, KBN. Go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much again for doing this as a part 2 to a couple weeks ago, because I was wanting to finish up on that day. So I'll go ahead and finish up today. But before I do that, I like to thank you again, Afridamus, because basically what you bring to the table on all the topics that you have here is that you're looking for the truth, you're presenting the truth, and then majority of the people, whether they're regulars or non-regulars on the panel, they are people who are speaking the truth, and the naysayers mostly hide out in the chat. And I really appreciate that. People know that about you. And I think that's what's going to continue, because that's what's needed. I would also like to say and shout out to Kidola, because listening to Kidola today and from all the times in the past, you know, my father raised me, not my mother. I wish I had a Kidola father figure helping me grow up, because based on the values of African values and how he talks about things, I wish I had a Kidola as my father. Not to put any shade on my own dad, right? But that is what I had missed in America. And unfortunately, America needs a lot of Kidolas to be father figures within this country. It is not happening, unfortunately. But that is that on that. So to get to the point, first I'd like to address Zongo. Basically, this is not an African issue, you know, and you pretty much stated that. But why is Uganda doing this? Well, Uganda has to do it, and I think every African country has to do this, because it's not an African issue. However, people from the outside are trying to make it an African issue with all the other issues that Africa has, more important issues, but they're trying to make this a more important issue than basic rights that Africans need within Africa in order to sustain themselves, sustain themselves like anybody else around the world. So this does not need to be a priority other than to protect the people, to protect the culture. And in protecting the culture is protecting the people, your own culture. So growing up in America, I'm 53, growing up in America, I seen where America did not put up with this. Okay, there used to be a death penalty in America for this. That's long, before my time. However, when I started in this world, it was illegal in many ways in this country. It was not accepted. However, as time went by, I started noticing the little encroachments, and it started with like the elementary schools, primary schools in this country. You've been here 3 years. You came here when this has already been done, but you did not get to see the progression of how this country has fallen apart on this one particular subject, because on this one particular subject is priority number 1 now in America. It is no longer human rights. And unfortunately, things like the Human Rights Watch, which is a sodomite organization, by the way, in Boston, I think it is, their only concern is this subject. They're not concerned about human rights of having access to clean water.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to put across. Like, I don't think Zongo realizes there's people who are coming claiming they want to help Africa. They've changed the meaning of what human rights is. This is what they are calling human rights. So they would come and try to accuse these African nations of not upholding human rights if they don't pass these laws. And you see the cry for these laws. So it's not just an African issue. You're right.
And Zonga, you are right. There are systems in place in every country, and Ghana and Uganda and Kenya is no exception. However, these systems in place, whether if they're 20 years old or they just been updated like Uganda, there's always these people that are also looking for loopholes, whether if they're 20 years old or brand new, so they can try to slip their way into trying to make this legal through NGOs or some other type of way to eventually to where they normalize it. Now, I'm going to say this because it's true, okay? Sodomites, because that's their real name, sodomites, anything that's strange flesh, that's what they're called. Homosexual is just basically a new word. Okay, so these people, they are the number one biggest numbers of pedophilia. They're into pedophilia. So it doesn't matter if they only preach to children about how to be quote unquote a sodomite when you get older. That's still pedophilia. They are pushing it. And also within this country, there are people that are trying to pass to make it to where it's compulsory that you have to accept being this way or enact in the act if you're not this way. There's actually people trying to make that being passed. And if they're going to pass it here, if it ever does happen, well, obviously, I'm not going to stay here if that happens. They're going to try to pass it off into other countries. Now,
Right.
let me get to the Uganda part because this is very important. Okay, there's a gentleman in America, his name is Scott Lively, who wrote a book called The Pink Swastika. And basically, just the basis of that book is that the highest member of the Nazi party were sodomites. So there's also rumors, and I'll go off a little bit on here, Pol Pot of Cambodia, who killed 1 million of his own people.
Oh, Pol Pot.
Pol Pot, yeah. So supposedly, I'm still yet to find this, but supposedly they have been saying that he was a sodomite. So sodomites have always found themselves in areas of great power. Have always done that. If you look through history,
And they're very powerful today.
yes,
Very
they
powerful.
are very powerful today. You're correct.
Yes.
So with what Uganda has done with Mr. Scott Lively is a preacher, is a lawyer, an activist. He's all these little different things. Him and a few other people from America were invited in Uganda in 2019 in March to basically talk about the dangers of the sodomite death style. It's not a lifestyle, it's a death style. And what happened, Parliament took that as an argument to create amendments to the law that was already there and was shut down. Okay, so in 2009, David Bahati, who was in public office at that time, forgot what position, he helped created that bill to try to get it passed. It got shut down by the Supreme Court. Okay, and it was also signed by Museveni, by the way. But based on some procedures that weren't done correctly, so the court shut it down. Now that it's happened again today, because there's a bigger push today. When we had Trump, Trump was not trying to impose these types of things in other countries. He was more concerned about America first. And that's
exactly.
And I'm not even a Trump supporter. Okay. But the thing is that as soon as he got out of power, these people went right back to agenda number one. And agenda number one, this is agenda number one, is to try to pervert a nation that's not considered a perverted nation, like America.
I mean, KBM, not to interrupt at all. I mean, just look at what they did to black people during this George Floyd. I mean, the BLM. It's a pure LGBT movement. Look how they betrayed the black race.
Not even just LGBT, but like feminism, abortion rights, all of these liberal concepts.
They are conning people. I really dislike them. I dislike BLM and everything that they stand for.
Now Turner said the white people are the ones pushing and financing that sick death style. Oh,
well, there's plenty of black people doing the same thing.
Honestly,
right.
I'm one of those. I'm one of those. Yeah, that is quite controversial in that topic. I think that is wrong.
There's plenty of white people that are against that.
Exactly. I mean, the conservative white people would never tolerate homosexuality.
I was just going to say that, right?
Right. Yeah. Just like us black people, for example. In fact, majority of Africans, we are conservative people because we came from conservative homes. At the same time, having to be mixed up with this sort of, because it's like insane. A lot of people in Africa don't even know about homosexuality. Why do you want to come and talk to them about something they never knew about, they never heard about? It's a cultural disease. Why you want to bring it to our? We don't want it. We shouldn't even.
Your some of your Pan-African bros are the ones bringing it.
They're not listen, right? I don't bro with anyone that side of homosexuality, bro. If you ever do that, you know, Afridamus, you should know come better than that. We know that side of homosexuality. Should not
did you hear that video of the guy? The guys, you didn't hear the video.
Well, it's not a Pan-African. Where's Pan-African about that? When did Malcolm X ever talk? When did Malcolm X ever talk about homosexuality, Afridamus?
You say what?
When did Malcolm X ever talk people about or defend homosexuality? That is a true Pan-African.
Where's Malcolm X at?
No, I'm just saying, a true Pan-African will never defend homosexuality.
Hold on. Where's Malcolm X now?
He died.
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Okay,
Just
and
like
by
just
the way,
like just like anyone
Al,
died. I
by
mean,
the way,
everybody.
Al,
I mean,
Al,
he's dead because he
let
was fighting
KBM
for his
finish his
people.
point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
facts,
Al,
facts. Let
Al,
KBM finish his point.
You
basically
talk
on
too much. This
something,
is not safe for you. You talk
Judah,
too much,
Judah,
Al.
Judah, Judah,
Judah, let me.
Judah.
Judah, if you was right next to me, I would have spit on your face right now. Be quiet.
No,
Man.
you wouldn't have. No, you wouldn't have.
We are almost towards the end. Can you allow the man to finish? Then we'll
Yes,
get
my
to
brother.
Ja, so
Yes,
Ja
my
can
brother.
speak too.
Demas. Yes, I
Yeah,
will.
yeah. So basically, a little bit what you said there. In 2009, in Uganda, they were calling this the disease of homosexuality to children. That was one of the quotes, and one of the quotes to the bill that was drafted in 2009 for 2013 and 14 was basically called "Kill the Gays Bill," or that was dubbed by some of the organizations here in the U.S. about Uganda. Now, with Scott Lively, what had happened with him is that he didn't go there to create a law, right? Him and a few of his people went there, was invited by a church to preach about this thing and the dangers of it, and what's happening in America back in 2009. All right. So therefore, what had happened to Scott Lively himself is that he was ridiculed in the media over here. He was also the one being called the orchestrator of Kill the Gays bill, which he was not. Actually, Scott Lively didn't like that bill. He had rather that the lawmakers make a bill to teach pro-marriage in the schools, right? To make it like pro-family, to have an agenda of pro-family and talk about the dangers of what not to do. And far as the death penalty, which was part of the clause in 2014, he didn't like that part either. He thought in his own mind you could rehabilitate, but you can only rehabilitate less than 2%, in my opinion, of these people. Okay, it's not a genetic disease; it's a decision. And once you're that deep in a decision like that, it's like a drug lord. You can't get them to break it. You just can't. And so Scott Lively was being sued by SMUG with an international organization. They had a lawyer over here to try to get him sued over here for being the so-called orchestrator. And if you remember Afridamus, the last time we had this conversation, I brought up the name David. I forget his last name already. David somebody. He got hit in the head with a couple times with a hammer in 2011. They blamed Scott Lively for that death, which they found out not to be true. But basically in 2016, this went on from like 2012, I think, all the way to 2016 to try to sue this man and a couple other people, and as well as Pastor Simpa in Uganda, who married an American wife. He went to college here, and he was one of the main proponents fighting against this LGBT stuff in Uganda. Tried to sue him and Scott Lively. The court finally threw it out in 2016. There was no basis for it. And so therefore, basically, if people are wondering why it's so heavy in Uganda and where this all started, you can actually look it up on Wikipedia. A lot of people don't think Wikipedia is totally accurate, which I'll agree. But based on, if you want a good pickup start, look up the anti-homosexuality bill of Uganda, as well as just the name Scott Lively. They're going to point you in directions of other stuff and other materials, which is going to give you the full story of what's happening right now, starting back in 2009. That's it.
Thank you, KBM. All right, Ja, go ahead.
Nah, I want to say salute to the panel in the chat. Peace and Pan-Africanism, because that's what I believe in, So I'm gonna always push that unity is strength, But I just wanted to piggyback.
Peace to Pan-Africanism. Is this one of you guys' friend too?
Hold on. That's not about that. I just wanted to piggyback what KBM was saying because he just absolutely killed it, And when I look at what's happening in Uganda, or whatever the case may be, right? It's almost like a victory, not even just for Africa, but for like the world, for all people that value traditional values, And you even see it in America, like you have people here that's even supporting Uganda, right? A lot of the conservatives, white and black, clapping for and supporting Uganda, whatever the case may be. So when I look at what's happening in the world right now, it's almost like it's like a informational type of warfare that they're waging on the people. And you're seeing all these different ideologies clashing. You see, white against black, conservative against liberalism. You get what I'm saying? FBA versus African. You know what I mean? You see all of these different ideologies clashing. And I think, me personally, I believe it's by design. I believe it's in a way to get order out of chaos. So you see all of these wars and rumors of wars happening around the world. I believe it's something that's that they're trying to implement, or they're trying to push to out of this. You know what I mean? So that's kind of what I wanted to say. So like I tip my hat to Uganda. Like that is just like a victory for everyone, for a lot of people. Not just Ugandans, not just Africans, but people that are fighting back against this. Almost like this globalization, this liberal type of globalization on the world that America is using, as it's like a war tactic,
So Ja, what do you think about people that like him here that pretend to be a Pan-African, but it's got a different agenda, like this dude here?
Is an African, but the overwhelming majority of Ugandans are Christian and Muslim, two religions that don't originate in Africa.
So in his mind, because of that, he's equating that lifestyle to, well, he's saying don't go to, he's criticizing those laws.
Yeah, so if he needs to just stay where he's from. He needs to stay in America, or
well, he's telling Black Americans not to go to Ghana, Uganda, Kenya because of that law. He's a Pan-African.
That has nothing to see. He's conflating, right? Because when you look at the history of Black Americans, historically speaking, African Americans, we did not support these things.
No, but that's what I'm saying. He is painting it as a Black thing, like that's what he's passing it off of.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of like liberals kind of do. It's like they mesh all of these liberal type ideologies together. They mesh, black people, civil rights and feminism and LGBTQ and abortion rights. They try to mesh it all into one, and he probably believes that this is like some type of black fight or Black Lives Matter fight,
right?
When it's not. When you've seen all of these
Black Lives Matter, maybe
when you've seen the riots, when you've seen these riots that happen, right? Majority of these people were white, liberal, pink-haired.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? At what point would people Black people wake up and just accept that, hey, they've been hoodwinked? The word BLM, even though it says Black Lives Matter, it is, the truth is LGBTQ. I go out, I see the signs.
Yeah, but
I see the two signs. I see wherever they are at.
Yeah.
Like the signs is next to a rainbow everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And it's all, to me, it's all an agenda. And it's sad that a lot of Black people got hoodwinked. I think if you personally, to me, I think a lot of people are starting to see that now. Maybe you don't see that like that. Like
no, you're right. There's a lot more people than before. A lot more people are actually beginning to see. You're right.
There's one thing I wanted to add.
Even the information that even the information that came out about George Floyd. You know what I mean? Like this guy was like, this guy was not a saint. You know what I mean?
Right.
And even me personally, I remember driving, right, and I seen that in my city there's like a mural of Martin Luther King. These people, these liberals, these Black Lives Matter, they end up like creating making a mural right next to Martin Luther King with George Floyd's face. Like what?
Right.
Like this guy that held a pregnant woman hostage. Like you guys are putting him on a level of Martin Luther King.
You have to think about the arrogance where it's like they have low expectation for Black people. So they are like, hey, we would use George Floyd to represent you. They put George Floyd at the level of Martin Luther King. So it's like, okay,
it's the
the whole goal is to bastardize what is there, to reduce it to nothing. That's because they are here to trample on, what is already here.
And that's the thing, right? I don't know, like maybe a lot of people know me in the chat section or whatever the case may be, but I get a lot of flack from like my own people, the FBA movement and everything like that, because
are you a Tariq disciple?
Hell no, he's a cult leader.
Well, because if you say FBA, he's the founder of FBA.
Yeah, I know. And
so that's what's funny. The people, they're like, no, I'm not a Tariq follower. No, you are, because he created that
Yeah,
FBA.
exactly. So if you consider yourself FBA, then you
And
you
he
are
tricks, he's like the same people, just like they say BLM, but we know it's not really BLM. He's doing the same thing.
doing the same thing. He's a
Like
racist.
like he says FBA, right?
Mhm.
And he would say it's a lineage. But who registered? Who is the registrar of FBA? That acronym, those letters, who registered
Tariq.
them? Exactly. So
Yeah, but those
he's the founder and the owner.
So what I wanted to add to what I was saying, because I'd written a couple things down. One thing I want people in the content to really realize, you might have seen some news feeds where you see the LGBT flag in somebody's window. And in America and a lot of other countries, you'll see these flags in a lot of people's windows. And what they're telling you when you walk past that building is that sodomy has taken place here.
Yeah.
That is what that is.
Hey,
So
hey,
can you
KBM?
hold on
Not to
one
cut you
second.
off. I didn't want to cut you off, but have you seen the LGBTQ flag next to like the Ukraine flag too? Have you seen those too?
Oh yeah, Yes, I'm in Portland, Oregon, and you see that all the time. So
It's an agenda.
can you imagine right now in Lagos, Nairobi, anywhere in Africa, walking by a building and somebody put up that flag in the window, letting you know as an African in Africa that sodomy has taken place behind these doors? Can you imagine? Would that be acceptable? I would say not. That is exactly what they want to push, is that type of stuff, is that this crime against humanity is taking place here. And your children, they want your children to see it because they are recruiters. They're not producers. They are recruiters. So they're there to recruit your children, our children, for this.
Yeah.
And so therefore we cannot allow this to happen.
So
And it should not be agenda number one under any circumstance. It should be abolished immediately. And that's why we need laws to protect.
So how do they recruit them then?
Okay, so Zongo,
I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to, we're having a discussion.
yeah, I'm gonna explain, Zongo.
You're saying how do they recruit them?
Yeah.
What, they use social media? They use the schools.
Yeah.
Exactly. See, that's the point that I was trying to make, right? Because I mean, I was in
Schools, church, organizations,
a lot of
charity
one-on-ones,
a lot of one-on-one. Yeah, one-on-one.
But I would say the most powerful out of all of those things is social media.
No,
Like
but then
TikTok and all
schools.
of those things.
I mean, about schools. I mean, schools start with schools and then organization institutions, right? Because even when I was employed, I was trained about all those stuff like that. But then, like one thing that you just say, see, when I came over here, my perspective of America was, oh, all Americans are like that. But that was before I came, right? But when I came, I realized that other groups within America whose voice are marginalized, and these are the conservative Christians. I was in Missouri and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't believe in stuff like that, so they have their own school systems, their own churches that they preach and teach, and then train their own kids to have the same values and cultures as them as well. So that's the point.
But even if they train their children in that way, right? They go outside the world, and get influenced by the environment still, because this liberal agenda is like it's like the predominant, like predominant thing.
In America, it's pervasive now, but we have people like Rufo in Florida who's advancing, who's promoting against using liberal ideologies through the educational system. They are trying to push more conservative ideologies into their school system to regain back control in those institutions. And I follow those kind of stories because I know eventually I'm going to have my own kids. In the case of Africa, I think we are reacting. I know it kind of feels good. Are we against that? We stand against them. I mean, years back.
Zongo, this is not a feel-good thing.
I mean, I know that.
It's not Zongo, like you're saying, right? You're a Muslim.
I am a Muslim, conservative.
Okay, so what does Islam say about protecting, your values and your culture if such a thing is being brought to your land? And your land, even though Ghana is not a Muslim country, right? They passed a law that is within the belief system of majority of the country, right? I see no problem with that. Like, no one should have any issue with that at all. I don't think this is just a reactionary thing.
It is a reaction, right? Because even the whole Americans do not believe in that. It's just a handful of people who are in the position
But
of
it's legal
authority.
here in America, though.
A
That's
handful
the
of
thing.
a handful of people who are in a position of authority. You
And
have
I think that's where it
hijacked the
starts, Afridamus.
have hijacked the political system in
The
America,
laws.
and they are
No,
promoting their agendas, right? A lot of people
Zongo,
believe in that.
Zongo,
People
you
believe
came
in
at a
liberalism.
time. You came at a time when this was, to you, like, it looked normal, like this is the norm.
No, it's
But
not.
I
It's
have
not a
I have
norm.
lived here, right?
It's not a norm.
When before they passed even this, when
hmm
the people were just like, oh, we just want to come out of the closet. That's how it started. Like, this didn't used to be legal. Like, now it's like on steroids. There's a reason why they're going in the law route. So they conquered that. That's why you see America the way it is today.
But
That's
and
why
that's
that's
why.
how it starts.
Yeah,
And
but
then, but what you are saying,
hmm
I don't agree with that. Like, there's a reason why they passed this law. You don't know what these people, what options they brought to your politicians.
So, because like in America, for instance, they can shape behavior and culture through institutions, right? It's not usually like the same thing in Africa, right? I mean, I grew up in this. I'm a Muslim, and I went to Christian schools, but I wasn't. I still didn't. I wasn't converted into Christian values by just attending to the schools, because the culture at home and our community where we grew up was intact. So even if you go and they brainwash you, when you come back home, everything will be unlearned. Once you get into the community and your family, and you go to the Islamic schools, they're gonna unlearn all those things to you. I mean, I think
Yeah, but don't you think so? Preventing it, what is wrong with that? Like, just letting outsiders know who are coming, trying to say we want to bring this on, and they want to base it on law. They are like, this is our law. Like, what is wrong with saying this is our law?
I mean, so are we reacting? So is that what you kind of projecting how Africans should?
No, no, no.
Like,
What I'm saying is,
we shouldn't have
you know,
plans and focus on one we like. See, if you have your plan and you stick to your plan,
but this is
you
the
will
plan.
react.
But Zongo, this is a plan. It's not like you have to deal with the world according to the world that you are in. Okay, so this is what is happening. This is what is being pushed, right? And so
See,
you gotta put a law
yeah.
in place against
So
because in your society you have to take charge and put laws in place.
See, in the
So
case,
it's not about showing off.
yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the feeling that I'm having from some of like the folks on this panel. And in Ghana, they came like I think years ago, like I think 6 or 7 years ago, to pass. That was then President Atta Mills. And what was the approach that they used? That if you don't make it easy for them or pass a law into pass a bill into an act, right? They're not going to provide you with financial aid in certain sectors within your economy that needs that, right? I think that's the approach. I mean, and the Ghanaian president at that time, he's dead now, he said, I mean, they have their own values and customs that they stick to, and they really do appreciate their aid, but they're not going to conform to the information that they are providing to them to promote into their own society. And they didn't have to go to the parliament to pass a bill, because the new opposition party in Ghana, I mean, they're just doing that to secure
Zongo,
money.
Zongo, I have a feeling you just don't like that political party you're talking from. But look past that and look at, like, it's not only Ghana for like Ghanaians. They're dealing with people, outside people. So there has to be laws how you interact with other people as well.
Can you pass the mic?
So So here, let me read it. GH said, but Zongo, Ghanaian Christian schools do not brainwash our Muslim siblings. You know.
But what I mean is that when you go to Christian schools, they're going to teach you Christian values. And Muslims, we don't.
Not true. Not true. I went to Christian school.
I'm saying in Ghana.
No, in I went to Christian school in Gambia.
I mean in Ghana,
but-
right? So in Ghana, if you go, they're gonna teach you like Jesus Christ is the Lord and Savior. Muslims, we don't believe in stuff like that. So if you're a kid and they start teaching you, like you end up believing. And the reason why Muslims in Ghana are far behind is because they didn't want to take their kids to Christian schools. Because when the missionaries came, they are the ones who established those institutions, and they indoctrinated most Africans.
But what I'm saying is, like, for example, like I went to like a school, it's Catholic school, but you know, they didn't, you know, like they taught Christianity to the people who are enrolled in the Christian, like they call the Christian studies, and you know, you can learn, you know, Islamic studies there. In fact, we're directly opposite the mosque, big mosque. There's church. They don't teach any. They've never taught any of us Christianity.
But you have to understand, Gambia is a Muslim majority society, right?
Right.
Yeah, in Ghana, I mean, Ghana,
A lot of our teachers were
Ghanaians.
there were a lot of them from Ghana.
Yes,
Well,
right. I mean, they have to follow the system. I'm saying like the Muslims, right? When we go to the Christian schools, I'm not saying brainwash like they. I mean, obviously, it's their own schools.
But Zongo, what is your problem with this law? That's what I don't.
No, I don't have no issues. The issue that I do have, I don't have issues with them passing the law. Is that I don't want us, I mean, most African countries to be reacting to external pressures. You know, they have to, they have to stick to your plan and, work on achieving those plans. You don't let external pressure to kind of alter.
No, external pressure would be if because they do exactly what the external people are forcing them to do.
I mean, the law doesn't.
If they do the opposite.
If you want to do opposite, you start from the fundamentals, the family system. You have to start teaching them, and everything is intact, right? I mean, I'm not denying. I'm not denying the fact that they could have some loopholes to certain segments within the societies who are poor or areas that are not.
Zongo,
what?
Zongo, are you paying attention to the direction, like the world you live in?
In a Western society, I pay close attention to that. In Ghana, I'm paying close attention to that as well.
Okay.
I mean, where I come from, it's not even an issue.
Well, because the way you're sounding, I'm like, is this guy? Does he understand what is happening? Like the agenda?
We are speaking about African countries, right?
Right, but African countries are part of that agenda. This is why. Why do you think, Obama, when Obama was in office, he went to Kenya and tried to slip this into, all these African countries, they rejected it, right?
Yes.
And Trump came. Trump, his focus was America. That agenda died. You don't hear it. All you hear is Trump is racist. They keep fighting him because they need to push this agenda, right?
And now that you have
now they are back, right? They are on steroids, literally. Like it's like they missed out.
Is an extension of Obama's
presidency. Yeah. So they missed out on that 4 years because they thought Hillary Clinton was supposed to win, and it would be a continuation of what Obama started. So it's an agenda to conquer the whole world. Like what you are saying, if Africans were aware today like they were in 1884, because Westerners dealing with them, they go by law. They would say, oh, this is your law. If the chiefs and all these people were powerful enough to defend themselves and lay to these people and say, this is what our law is, pass a law against these people, Africa wouldn't be colonized. You see what I'm saying?
No,
so
colonized because in Ghana, right? See when the Europeans came to the Gold Coast, then right, the Fantis had a problem with the Asantis, right?
Right. I read that story. I did a show on that.
So they had a protectorate from, I think, if not the British or maybe the Dutch people against the Asantis, right? and so that's how they had access at the coastal region. And then when Ashantis,
Yeah, no, Zongo, I get it. I wasn't. I'm just saying. I'm just, like, like it's weird that you have problem with this law and calling it as a reaction. That's just what I'm like, okay, but let's allow these other people to chime in too.
Yeah, I wanted KBM to finish his points. I don't know if he was finished with it or not. KBM, you still there?
No, I finished my main points. I'll just basically react at this point, depending on what somebody says.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
All right. So let's do Kidola. Kidola, you want to add something?
Yeah. You see, the gay issue or whatever issue they want to bring, it will not say in Africa because of the rules. I don't think there's no leader that will approve such a gay law. Why it succeeded in South Africa, only God knows.
No, South Africa, when they were passed, like, because the white people there, they controlled South Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when they were handing over the power to the ANC, these people, like when they said the Rainbow Coalition, they put that permanently in the constitution that they gave, when they were handing it over to Nelson Mandela.
Like freedom of everything, something like that.
Yes, yeah. So even though, like, those tribes are not with the program, but they would. That's why I'm speaking about law. Laws are important because in South Africa, it's in the law. So that's why it's important for these countries to put into law against people.
Because when that guy was speaking about they should go to Gabon, homosexual is not even allowed in Gabon.
Right.
It's not even allowed in Angola. You have to start the government of the, no matter how strong men they call them a dictator, they also won't have the answer to the people. You
Exactly.
These guys are from some certain tribes in these countries where they rule. And sometimes you might see this guy as a strong man, but sometimes when he goes to his tribe, he will bend down his head over there, because you cannot be stronger than your tribe. That's just the way it goes. If you want to go against your tribe, they will bring you down. That's just the way Africa work. You understand? So,
well, like that guy that was telling those people, go to the blacks or go to South Africa because it's accepted. Like the black South Africans, even maybe most of even the whites, they probably are against it.
They are against it.
Yeah, I know that the blacks. I've had some South African discussions with the blacks South Africans. They are totally against it.
This movement to Africa by some DC Bruce and other, look, they're using the same system they use against the black Americans. You see, when the black Americans are complaining about something, they went to protest. Sure, you will see some kind of people holding some kind of banner, say, "Oh, we support the blacks.
We stand with you."
We start with you. Mm-hmm. They will not bring it.
It's just a form of infiltration.
They will not bring the gay flag at that time, but they will just hold like a cartoon. So say, "I love my black man." But when you look at the women, you can say, "Oh, women, yeah, I love my black man and everything." So that's what it. Look, 2020 riot against police brutality in Nigeria. Do you know who sponsored that riot?
Probably the same people.
The same people. They penetrated some of this Nigeria actress and some of this Nigeria influencer. They sponsored that riot. That riot was burning for more than a week. They were cooking, giving these boys shoes to wear. The drinks was everywhere.
Oh, really? So they were passing food. Wow. So it's international.
Yes,
international.
Yeah.
Because Kidola, what real African protest? They call it strike. When I was growing up, growing up in Sierra Leone, when they say strike, nobody's having time to drink water. That's for sure.
I said they were cooking jollof rice. With chicken inside, big chicken.
Oh wait.
Only God knows how they're able to carry out such things, man. Jollof rice with mighty chicken legs. So some of these street boys who are like frustrated already, to keep these street boys on the street, because some of these street boys have no hope.
So all that stuff we were seeing on Twitter, behind the scene, they were eating jollof.
They were eating, drinking, good time, giving their shoes to wear if you don't have shoes. So they spend a lot of money, and they were placing these things in the strategic area. So if you go to the society areas where these boys will go and riot, fight, protest, they'll come out eat jollof rice. So these boys was having energy awake for 2 weeks plus.
Can I ask a question? Idola, can I ask a question?
So they were having caterings, everything running, drinks, shoes, clothes. You know what I mean? So that was a perfect organized, protest. Very powerful.
Wow.
Up to that, Nigeria still soft. You see the vote, even when they rig it, the problem is still going on. They're still protesting.
Man, I saw some characters in Nigeria during that election. Yeah, these people are focused on Nigeria. I'll tell you.
They want to once they penetrate Nigeria, they think they can break, but Nigeria will be very difficult to penetrate with these things, because I think in their mind they think it's like European kind of accept kind of voting, or these guys are from villages and district. Man, if you go approve that, those guys are very scared of their life. That's just the truth.
Kidola, what do you think about Zongo's take on the law?
I think what Zongo have in mind, or Zongo is thinking about, like, the lawmakers have to treat poverty as priority, create jobs that are going after homosexual bees and all those things. You understand me? Yes, but you have to understand the people that are pressuring these people, they mean business.
Right.
These politicians are feeling the heat.
Corporations, yeah.
Yeah, so these politicians are feeling the heat. So to push back those people, they just create laws and let those people know they're serious. So you can't push them to the wall anymore. It's enough. You understand? So try to threaten them is just a threat, because I don't think they're very scared of Chinese taking over too. Who will not even ask about be of homosexuals and all those things, and the Russians. You understand? But I know Kenyans and Uganda are heavily under pressure. I don't know nothing about Botswana.
So, Kidola, I wanted to ask you a question. Like in northern Nigeria, for instance, suppose they don't even pass a law. Do you think it will even hold weight in northern Nigeria, like Kano State, for instance? Do you think it's going to hold weight over there?
Look, what is going on in Nigeria now? It's not on the ground, but you see a lot of Nigeria, people in social media. You understand me? I don't know if Afridamus, you ever see them in social media in Nigeria. You understand?
Yeah.
A lot of Nigerians, in social media, I can't say a lot, but those who cannot come out publicly in Nigeria because of the customs and the traditions, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because the problem in Nigeria is that if your family find out you are that thing, your life can also be in danger.
Exactly. I mean,
they will ask you to change. If you refuse to change, you know what is going to be the next thing. They might tie you up on the stick and let you be there, treat you with a traditional mercy to drink and flog hell out of you. So the consequence of you, not even the government, but your family alone, is too harsh.
It's too harsh.
That's why some of them will just run away immediately.
Exactly. So that's why I was saying, like, the society would take care of that problem. Like the government.
The society is too strong for those things.
Because it's a little different from America. America, they shape values and customs to their institutions. It's hard to do that in it's not.
Africa values in the tradition. You know
exactly.
what I mean?
If you remember when Obama came to Ghana to meet the then president at that time, he was saying Ghana should strengthen their institutions because a lot of people are able to change behaviors and values through their institutions in Western societies. Not the same case when you go to other countries, developing countries, including African countries.
Afridamus, Africa follows sometimes the rules of the British. They put that, but the rules of the British, just tiny part they follow it. But the way they rule it, some of these leaders rule Africa, they rule in the eyes of the tradition of their people. You understand me? That's what some of them still rule. Look at this Uganda president. He's just a noisemaker, but really, he still rule Uganda just according to the tradition of his tribes.
Because the Western people, they think, because they label these people dictators, they think they can just come and force these things as law on their country. So they, you see, like Museveni, when they ask him how does he hate gays, he said, you heard his answer. But let's bring in Judah too. Judah, Judah, you've been dropping in and out. Go ahead, Judah.
Oh, yes, I'm going in and out.
You're breaking up, Judah.
You're breaking up, Judah.
Yes, I've been going in and out, man. I have an errand that needs to be done before midnight, before sundown, So
sundown, gun down.
Are you going to? So Judah, Judah, what do you want to? In fact, Judah, hang on. We're gonna do our closing statements in this round here.
Afridamus, I would like you to tell that guy called Baba. I don't know if he have a Spanish name. He said,
can you let me talk?
Oh, he's talking.
Hold on,
He's talking about Bebe Rodriguez.
Oh, Bibi Rodriguez.
You see, today I'm not eating legs. I don't eat grated chicken meat and tacos with some cucumber on top.
Today you are Mexican. Today you are Mexican. Yeah. Go ahead, Judah.
So Afridamus, I wrote too much. I think I need some little salt in my system. I've not been eating salt at least for the past 4 years. I could feel it because sometimes in a week, I can run up about 30 kilometers. So let's say in every day, I run about 10 kilometers when my son will be on the bicycle. So I will run after my son. So I just think the doctor said I need some salt in my system this time.
Kidola, you living good there. That's good living. Go ahead, Judah.
You have to take care of your head, man.
Exactly.
Bebe Rodriguez is a female with admixture, so she's from the Caribbean, but that's just it. Afridamus, what do you want me to say, man? Most of these guys, have said what they have to. Zonga came in.
You said Zongo came in. What?
No, go ahead. You
were saying that Ghana. You say Ghana is Mumu. What did you mean?
Oh yes, that? I mean, Zongo came here and was like, "Oh, it's not priority." Like, this is the thing, right? What people consider priority in their own, surroundings is not what other people consider priorities. If you are telling me that, the law that Uganda passed is not an emergency law, and then you yourself have a problem. It's not the Uganda, it's you that have a problem, because you're not going to go into someone's country and tell them, hey, this is not an emergency problem, we should just stand and watch and not pass a law against it. And another point is, when law are passed, there are laws that are that needs emergency implementation. It's not going to go through all these procedures like what he was explaining, because even in America there are certain laws that that it passed, and it takes state, other state to kick against or accept it immediately. So but when it comes to Ghana and all these other countries, man, like I call Sierra Leone, Ghana, and all these other countries that are pandering for African Americans to come in, this is the thing: these countries are linked to African Union, and if these countries, they want to be, if I was African Union, right, these countries should be kicked out of the African Union, because you have to policies of those who are coming to your country, because when they are not staying in your country, they are moving into other countries. What I'm saying is, when these people come into your country, they are moving into other countries, and you are taking all the benefits, and you don't even go through their background check. So when they come in, they say, okay, we are in Africa, so we have the right to move into all these other countries and stuff like that. Now you have people crossing the border, they have to do this. So that's a problem. There has to be a law of who is coming in, who is getting citizenship, who is getting, is everybody benefiting. This thing of citizenship shouldn't even supposed to be the Ghana, something like the African Union.
Judah, your audio.
Thing that when they come in.
Your audio. What's going on?
I think it's the.
I don't know, man.
Okay,
No,
that sounds
I
like
cannot have Obama.
That sounds like Bluetooth to me.
Are you on that Mormon network there?
No,
what's going on?
Let me tell you what happened.
It looks like pour some coffee on that network.
No. What happened? I just called T-Mobile, right? Because I have T-Mobile, so I have T-Mobile. So I had another phone, and when I went over, they gave me a 5G SIM card, right? And they say it's 5G. So I don't know, because my 4G, the SIM card that I had was, they say 4, so it was running well. So I just had this new SIM card, 5G. I don't know if it's the problem with the network or the towers are not yet in Utah, or I don't know.
Judah, you didn't know there's no connection in sundown towns, bro.
Is this sundown town mobile sundown town mobile?
Afridamus is too close. It's too close to that. It's too close to that mama oven. They make homemade bread for Judah. That's why that is making noise.
That's the sundown town bakery.
Yes, sundown bakery.
So yeah.
They have good omelets.
The thing about sundown town, if you drive a good car, your parents, you don't play loud music, you have no problem in sundown town. Only people that want to play loud music, suck pants, talk loud. Yeah, everybody proceeds. You have to have your license, driver's license, insurance, and everything. You don't have no problem with sundown police officers. But it's happening in Africa, right? Let me go ahead.
Maybe I don't think, man, your network, T-Mobile is good there. Someone recommending cricket.
No, I don't use cricket, man. Come on, bro. Come on. I can show you my receipt for T-Mobile.
No, that's what I'm saying. Maybe cricket would work better.
Verizon land.
Better use a Judah, turn your Wi-Fi off and see if that works.
He should use the US.
Yeah, but it's showing 5G. I'm thinking it's a 5G because I never had this problem with when I had the 4G network. They told me that just the towers or something, man. I might go back to turn it because I can be paying almost like $4.
Judah, is this? I don't know. This sounds like a Boost Mobile network, there, buddy.
He's bringing back Nokia.
Yeah, come on, Are you gonna debate Judah like that, man? Come on, man. Come on, bro.
Judah, what
it's not gonna be Judah, man.
What were you looking for there? Do you want to marry 3 wives? What brought you there? What brought you to Utah?
Wait, to Utah?
Yeah.
Man, what you mean what brought me to Utah, man? The first thing that brought me to Utah was the security. Most states have all these, gone down state. I moved to Utah to be more safer. Another thing was my cultural belief. Utah is accepting, polygamous marriages. In Utah, you could get married to 3-4 women. If you're part of their Mormon society, you have to fill in the form and say you abide by all their laws and regulations, and then they can let you go by it. So they are made,
So one Becky is not enough. You need 2 or 3 Beckys, or what?
Oh man, I need 2 or 3 Beckys, man. You feel an African man feels strong having 2 or 3 Beckys around it. You know what I'm saying?
To be honest with you, Salt Lake City is the cleanest city I've ever been.
Yes, I've been there. It's pretty nice there.
Even the homeless look clean. It's that clean.
There you go. I mean,
is it like a conservative city or?
Yeah, very.
No, it's a Republican city. It's a Republican, bro. You know where Republican are? They take care of their places, man. It's not these democratic places where everything get nasty and all these gunshots. No, we don't have that.
Even the Walmart is the nicest Walmart I've ever visited.
Come on, man. I mean,
it is the nicest Walmart I've ever seen.
I like Utah, man. I drove past a police officer and he saw me. When he pulled me over, guess what? He didn't put his hand by the gun. He came and said, "Hey, what's up, man? What's going on?" I said, "Man,
even though you were dressed like a Pookie."
even though I was dressed like a pookie, I have my do-rag on, man. He wasn't. He didn't put his hand by the gun. You know how in gun down state,
Yeah, I love
when
Judah,
they
bro.
put,
That's my boy,
you
man.
know how in gun down state, when they pull you over, they have to look twice, look around, put their hand by the gun, and they send their neck and trying to see who's in the
Yo,
car, how many people you got.
Hey, Jude,
You
Jude, do
Afridamus,
you know,
don't sleep on Judah, bro. He be having Versace shirts on. He know how to dress, man.
Jude, do you know the hotel? I think it's called the American Hotel downtown.
Downtown, yeah, yeah, man, Salt Lake
Yeah,
City.
I stayed there for 3 days, and then everybody that was with me, I was with a job, and we just toured all around downtown, man. It's crazy clean. Even
Yeah.
the train is clean as
Oh
you
man,
know
it's,
what.
it's a nice place, man. I mean,
You know,
from Lehigh, like you drive in between these mountains in the city. You know what I'm saying? It's just good, man. That's why I like it.
and
I mean,
and I've been by the big church there. It's not far from the rail station.
yeah, yup.
It's
That's
huge.
where that's the headquarter of
That's
that's the
huge.
yup.
Okay,
Afridamus,
but
tell the
guys,
people
we've
about
been
the
here
link.
almost 4 hours. Let's do our closings, guys.
Let me go ahead with my closing, man. Or I might stay behind since I'm the co-host.
Co-host, yes.
All right.
Maybe Zongo can come for his second wife in Utah.
No,
Zongo, go ahead.
Zongo is married to an FBA lady. FBA lady do
Hey,
not mess around
hey,
with all these second
they don't
wife
mess
and
around with
stuff.
polygamy.
But I mean,
Oh man, come on.
I think the problem Judah has is, I mean, he met certain group of people that they kind of polluted his mentality. Cause I mean, I don't want to speak about that issue, but okay, that's
Nah, I
okay.
think so too because he used to be Pan African until Tariq
Yeah, I
Nasheed
don't want
came
to speak
around, and then
about that though, because I
he
mean,
lost his
a lot
faith.
of the things he was regurgitating the last time, I'm like, what? I mean, you don't even know me. You telling someone's going to control me?
Yo,
I'm
Zongo,
like,
you live
Oh
in the
what is
states?
man.
that side? So, what I wanted to say was, hey, I think we have our own systems, right? Let's continue, educating our people through our educational institutions, through like the religious institutions, and our family systems are also like protecting our values and our customs as well. I mean, reacting in a way from Western pressures, it's not the way forward. I think thinking from that angle, we can prioritize on the needs that our society need the most, and we don't have to use funds to kind of enforce those activities that needs less money to do that, right? And then responding to the lady from Ghana, like I said, these people that are trooping into Ghana, these are low class people from America. So when they go to Ghana, I mean, obviously they have no impact or any real contributions on the ground, and most people do not really know. And even responding to what Judah says, oh, maybe Ghana is Momo and this and that. That was really funny. He kind of make that statement because he thinks that when they go over there, they have full control over there. It's just on social media like YouTube and elsewhere, they have the loudest voice, so they tend to speak the most.
So they cannot colonize.
That is way impossible to do that. It's way impossible to do that. See, I was even in a conference in Ghana and I met this African American lady. She was complaining about this and that and that. They shouldn't allow the white people. I mean, because like you have to understand our culture, right? We are very understanding. We don't tend to be, harsh to people, but we know how to ignore people, right? So she
Right.
was being aggressive. Oh, we don't have to be giving contract to these people, this group, that group, or stuff like that. But then, the former CEO of the Ghana National Petroleum Company, I mean, he knows that she was very passionate, but then she lacked that technical knowledge to be able to even engage in a discussion, in a fruitful discussion in that particular industry. So most of them, they have this Pan-African mentality, but they don't have the actual technical and the human capital.
It's
To
called
be able-
hate a white spirit. You want to see it's like the logic changes the moment you bring a white person in the room. It's like, because in America here, they can shame those whites,
Mhm.
just run them out. But in Ghana, they are looking at, listening to everything. They're like, lady, you're gonna make us lose money. Get the hell out.
Exactly. So that's what they were thinking actually, because it was an
Yeah.
energy forum, and
Yeah, she's not bringing anything other than empty talk.
And trust me, see, the politicians in Ghana, they deal with huge sums of money. You know, I mean, because I work as an intern in the oil and
They
gas.
gave her money.
No. I said they
Oh,
deal with huge sums of money.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
They're not dealing with little change.
exactly. Because I mean, just drilling a wall alone in a day, you could be losing like over millions of dollars. So when FBA do say, oh, they're bringing billions of dollars, I'm like, what billions of dollars are they bringing? It's not just only FBA who are trooping back to Ghana. They have Ghanaians in diaspora in the US, in Canada, Australia, in the UK, and some European countries who are also trooping back on Christmas to celebrate the Christmas with them. So they think they are the ones contributing that money, but it's completely false. I think they're just bluffing
No.
on
Yeah,
social
it's
media.
just delusion. It's just delusion.
Yeah, exactly. Because even go Black to Africa, there was one video of him that I watched that he went to even settle in one Muslim guy's
Oh yeah, you
house.
know what? I've watched it. Is the guy? Is he like a Dagomba guy?
Yeah. I'm guessing
Yeah.
so. Yeah, I mean, because like I'm saying, they are very nice to strangers, so they treat him stranger, and then he kind of went back to say don't. And the fact that even Go Black said you shouldn't buy land from Ghana, shows that you don't play with the society that well, because you cannot even take advantage of that society. So they can sell something fake to you, and right?
Well,
Just
also Zongo, the problem is right, like like speaking about like when you host somebody,
Mhm.
like in African cultures, your host, you go out there, talking about your host like that, that's very disappointing in African culture.
Yeah. But I mean, one thing that most Americans
In
that
most of
put
the cultures, and like the blacks, most of them, you see it. They do it even with the white people. They come
Yeah.
in the white neighborhood, mess it up, and the white man want to move to create a better place. They're like, oh man, this white flight they're running. Hello, you're over here littering, shooting up the place. Who wants to be around that?
Exactly. See, in Ghana, I had my friend who went to University of Ghana. Even people who were selling like beads in Ghana, they don't have tolerance to even some of the African Americans that go over there, because they don't like to pay money and they like to deal with the white people. Like, because I mean, if you want to sell your beads and this is the amount, they don't complain too much. It's just paying.
Yeah, and then they come and say, "Oh, the Africans they worship the white people." Look, it's human nature. People do not want to deal with that. It's like it's draining. People don't want to deal
Exactly.
with that
And my
kind of
mom,
situation. It's like if you don't have the money, just move on. But they're like, "Oh, the Africans jack up the price by how much?" When they say it, you do the math.
yeah,
It's like 50 cents in American dollar.
exactly. And then
50 cents. Like you're gonna go to Africa and complain about 50 cents or a dollar?
yeah. And
Like what the
my mom personally, she sells jewelry and she deals with a lot of foreigners. I mean, I've been there before. I've seen that. I'm not new to that. I see a lot of people that come, even some white people that come, that they don't have money. We don't even have time to even deal with them because we don't have money. We don't have time for you, right? And most Ghanaians do know that. But I have to give a disclaimer, right? Because in Ghana, when these foreigners go over there, they go to these tourist areas. I mean, people are going to take advantage of them. And that's the problem. Like, they don't tend to understand. When the bad ones take advantage of them, they tend to blame it on everybody.
look,
But it's not
Zongo,
always.
I made one rule in
Mhm,
life before from what I've learned.
mhm.
I understand. See, people don't understand how nice and beautiful and sweet Africa is when you are not broke. So
Exactly.
I've seen how broke is in Africa. So I made a vow
Mhm.
to not be stepping foot in Africa broke, because your experience wouldn't be fun. That this, when you're broke, the sun even gets harder. The dust seem to affect you worst. Have you guys noticed that? But when you are good, that sun is not even that hot. You just walk freely under that African sun. It takes away all that heat.
Yep. And
I'm
also,
just saying.
I wanted to address these Lebanese and these Chinese and Indians still in African countries. Those countries that come, they work with their embassies. They have structures in place. They have system in place that work together with them. These African Americans, they come. They don't work with the U.S. embassy because the U.S. embassy is not dealing with them because the embassies rather bring in huge corporations that are investing huge sums of money into the economy of the country over there. So them just shouting and stuff like complaining, feeling this entitlement that they bring from America and this victimhood mentality, it's not going to work it's not going to work over there. Eventually, the average local over there who has no understanding of the outside world is going to understand them and will tend to ignore them. I rest my case.
Thank you, Zongo. All right, KBM, go ahead.
Yes, thank you again, Sir Afridamus. I appreciate again that you're doing this part 2. And I really laid out all the points that I needed to bring across. And thanks for the whole panel. The panel's been pretty amazing today. But again, everybody, if you all missed this, because I missed the first 36 minutes, go back and watch the beginning of this because you missed out if you're just coming in from the past hour. And on that note, everybody, I'm out.
Thank you. Thank you, KBM.
You're welcome.
All right, Kidola.
Yeah.
Actually, Kidola, you want to go after Chaotic?
Yo, let me just finish, So
okay.
I think okay, let Chaotic go.
Chaotic, go ahead, Chaotic. Welcome to the show, Chaotic.
What's going on, man? I just got done doing my live stream a few hours ago. I took a quick nap, so I might not.
Isn't it draining after you go for so long?
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that live stream is very hard. Especially if you do it over 2 hours and you do it almost every day. But salute to you, Afridamus, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way, sir.
Thank you very much.
I have to be the African American apologist. I came in the last 10 minutes and I heard some god awful things. Let me tell you, Africans, something that living on the continent. You're gonna need the African American dollar. The African American has $1.8 trillion in spending power. There is no African country, no Black Island country that even has a GDP that comes close to $1.1 trillion. So while you're sitting back and you're thinking that you're better than the African American, I gotta say this as the African American apologist, because I live in America around Negro Blacks. Everything you think you are, African Americans are already that. You think that the African comes over and does well. Well, the African American has been doing well for hundreds of years. You think that you're the doctors or the engineers or the architects. No, African Americans were that 200 years ago. So I'm not caping for the African American. I'm just telling you the truth. The average African American lives better than probably most rich Africans. So embrace the African American instead of having your nose up while you're walking on dirt in your sandals. And I was really shocked at what I heard from I forgot the previous guy that was on here, but
Zongo.
Zongo. Yeah. So it was the African American who was saving your asses during World War II. If it wasn't for the African American flying over Europe, more than likely.
But Chaotic. I want to add this, but Chaotic. But okay, what you're saying here, right? Yeah, there's a lot of money, the blacks, but Chaotic, the ones we are receiving in Africa, seem to not show up with money. How is this trillion like?
How did they get there if they don't have any money?
That's a good.
They didn't.
Well, remember the checks, they were passing out the checks, the unemployment check from the,
the stimulus check,
the stimulus check that we all gotta pay back. So, the stimulus, was helping a lot, but a lot of people, they ended up, broke. I heard some are even homeless there right now.
Let me say something real quick, and I want to ask you a question too, my good man. The average, I want to point something out real quick, and you guys can just go and look at stats yourself. The average individual in Ghana makes $154 per month. The average individual in Nigeria makes about $97 per month. So the average African is living on $1 a day typically.
But how much would that dollar get you though?
I have no idea. So monkey meat, I have no idea.
No, it's not $1. It's not the same equivalent in America.
Sir, I've seen the absolute god awful mess that that most Africans live in. Yes, there's nice neighborhoods, but gated communities, barbed wire fencing around homes. See, that's not a thing in America, particularly. Yeah, you may think these black neighborhoods are bad in America, but that's nothing on scale to what is really going on in Africa. And I do have to ask you a question, Afridamus. Would you ever teach in an inner city Negro school in America? Keep it real.
Wait, how much are they paying?
$45,000 a year.
No.
Here's the thing.
What about you?
Here's the thing. Let me say it. I love the children. I would love to volunteer, but due to my car being immune to those type of environments, I'd probably, for 45, ship me to Darfur.
Okay.
I would go teach in Darfur for that.
What about you?
There you go to Darfur, Sudan.
Would you teach, Judah? Would you teach for $45,000 per year? You said what?
Hell no. Hell no, man. I'm not going to no place that do any kind of business.
So
I'm not doing that, man. I'm moving closer.
Yeah. What about you, Ola? Would you ever teach in an inner city black school in America for $45,000?
I'm not in the United States, so I don't think about anything to do really over there.
Good question. Good answer. I'm sorry, Afridamus, what were you about to ask me, sir?
No. So yeah, for $45K, that's suicide. That's death sentence.
Yeah, it is.
In an inner city.
Inner city all black school.
Yeah, no.
Even your own people do not want to do it.
That is definitely true. I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
No,
I wouldn't teach that.
Yeah. What about for $200,000 a year?
Okay,
even for 200,000, man.
Wait, okay, for 200,000.
Yeah, and you could discipline the kid.
I can discipline the kid, and it was and they were talking about like this school would have to be in one of the zones where the teacher can carry their their weapon in case a shooter comes in, not for the kids. I'm just you can make sure you protecting the school. If I'm allowed to bring my stuff for $200K, sure, I'll give it a try for $200K.
Afridamus, I saw one school on YouTube where the kids are disrespecting their own teacher, and they took off a week, and they were running around classroom, and the lady has to follow. Man, it's quite look. And this is the thing, man. I don't know why they disrespect their own teachers, man.
Now, Judah, believe it or not, I used to teach, and that is not even an over exaggeration. That happens.
I've heard you say
any black school you can go into is like the damn jungle. So that is absolutely true. That happens everywhere in America, sir. I taught in inner city schools for years, and it's a damn jungle, man.
How did you pull that off, Kale?
In Africa,
because I really believed in the African American students, sir. I really believed in them, and then when I taught, it was just a disaster.
So you're in the lean on me type of thing.
Yes, and I realize there's no hope for them, man, unless you ragdoll them. One of them,
yeah. For 200K, I will give it a try. Like I said, for that, sure. I mean, I will give it a try. Some of them, even if they don't know their daddies, I would accept. They can call me father. That's fine. That's I would accept that, but they better not call me daddy and expect not to be treated like my son.
Afridamus, sorry, you see what Chaotic is saying is actually true. When my father did a practical teaching there, you understand? Because he did education. Then when you study this education, at first, then they will send you for kind of like a teaching practice, right? Then he went to some of this school. That he told the whole story, like where he was teaching this high school. Some of these black kids were just drinking, in the back of the class. Then they asked the guy stop, and the guy said, who the hell are you to ask me to stop? You understand? Then my father said, before the guy said, oh, just wait a minute, I'm going towards my car. Then my father said he went out also, then was going towards his own car also, because that's just what he said, that sometimes it's been messed up over there, because he was trying to describe the discipline in Africa compared to whereby you're not allowed to hit a child because it's not really yours. You understand me? They can call the police for you, even at that time. That discipline just by mouth. When you think the child don't like it, you have to call the parents by phone. So that's what.
Yeah, this is true. Mimi said my mental health is very important. I wouldn't even take the 200K. So Chaotic, you've thought there. Do you think it's worth it?
No, it's not. It's and guys, I rock with you guys, and a lot of what I do is just for shock value, and I really believe some of the things I say. But to be honest with you, you guys are hitting it on the nail. Teaching in Black inner city schools is hazardous to your mental health. It's very hazardous to your physical health now, because these kids will attack you. These kids are 95% of the class. 95% of those kids are below the actual educational standards. Like they're being passed along. They don't know how to read. They don't know how to write. They for damn sure don't know how to do any mathematics or science. Baltimore, which is I don't know if Judet or Ola are in the States, but Baltimore is absolutely a war zone. It's a shithole. And there's something came out recently, Afridamus. I did a show on it where the majority of Baltimore City schools, they could not pass the basic arithmetic for the state standardized testing.
Oh, I watched that. I watched it.
And it's no hope. You're wasting your time as and I always say to a Black man, if you are a Black man especially, respect your time, respect yourself. And if they're not paying you at least 200K, do not teach. You don't owe those little nigglets nothing. Do not teach them, because they are really stupid. And they're ungrateful. The mothers typically, because they're raised in single parent households, the mothers don't respect you. They actually think you're pedophiles, even wanting to be around children. No, but it's scary.
You know why I'm laughing? You know why I'm laughing? Because for some reason that's always their go-to. Calling you a P5. Yeah,
so
that's their go-to.
So even when you go above and beyond to even help the little nigglets, the mother will still think you're a pedophile. And like I said, if the kids fail, it's always your fault. It's never the kids' fault. It's never the parents' fault. They don't study. And now with phones in school, it's even worse now, because they allow the kids to keep the phones in school. So the little dumb nigglets are on social media all day. They're not learning. And it's the truth. And I don't know why a lot of people in the education field don't the school board won't admit it. The mayors of these cities won't admit it. But what it is that a lot of these Black kids are destroying the education in America. And I don't know if you guys know this, Judah, if you ever been to the States, or Ola, or anybody in the chat that's never been to the States. Don't let them lie to you and tell you that the books are old or the buildings are dilapidated.
You want to hear something funny? There's like this area is in my city supposed to be hood. I don't know why they even, like here in Seattle, places they call hood, those are like suburbs in most cities I've been to, right?
Mm-hmm.
This supposed to be a hood school. I went there, like this school is nice. It's a Black school. It's really nice, beautiful. But let other people talk about Black schools. They say, oh, they got old books. They got all this. Their school is nice. Nicer than most of the white school.
The one in Washington State, the one in Washington State will be nice. When you start going all that Baltimore, Maryland, Atlanta, Georgia, North Carolina, Detroit, that's where you got all those institutions messed up, man. They mess it up quite, man. I don't even want to go close to those places, man. I went one time to Gary, Indiana is all messed up. Chicago, come on, bro. Like hell, nah, I'm not moving
Yeah,
over there,
Gary.
man.
Yeah, Judah. Yeah, Gary, Indiana. For anybody who doesn't know, is where Michael Jackson and the Jacksons are from. It used to once
Yeah.
be a great place to live 70 years ago, but now it's an absolute shithole. I would even argue to not even drive past it. But yeah, a lot of these schools. Yeah. You guys
Yeah,
hitting it on the nail today with that school shit. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, that because it's like I showed a clip, you know, of the black KKK. Did you see that?
No.
Every time you turn around, one of these Christian missionaries is over there touching on kids. You apes are letting them keep coming over there. Every time you turn around, some white person is snatching up some African kid and assaulting them or something.
It was a KKK, but we did the investigation. We found out it was a Negro. Guys, I can go forever, but let's close it out. But chaotic, you're right. Someone says that sounded like chaotic. That's not chaotic. Hey, chaotic. So someone was asking. He said, when you were teaching in the black school, were there did you teach African kids there too?
Oh yeah, so I was at a
And
charter
he said,
school.
how was it? And they were like, how
Yeah,
were they?
I was at a charter school, and it was one of my first teaching assignments. It was years ago, and it was a little girl there. She was straight off the boat. She was from Nigeria, actually. She was Igbo, straight off the boat. Her mom would only allow her to eat fruits and vegetables. She was very peaceful, very quiet, and some of the kids, were trying to bully her. And she would come to me, and of course, now this was a little girl. I think she was about 7 or 8. And she would come to me and say that the little girls were bullying her, and and I said, and I knew why they were bullying her. First of all, her accent was super heavy. She was literally straight off the boat, and what it is that she was doing her work all the time. When she was at lunch, she would eat she would eat her little apples, her little oranges, while the Negro kids were eating all the disgusting flaming hot Cheetos and shit like that and bothering her. And I basically told her, I said, yeah, these kids are jealous of you.
That candy.
Because they're dumb. You got to think about the candy and the flaming hot Cheetos are the equivalent of drugs.
Mhm.
It has bad effects on your brain. So while she's eating fruits and vegetables and her brain is being stimulated, the little nigglets were eating, flaming hot Cheetos, Arizona drinks, and they were, high off the sugar.
Sweet tea.
Yeah. So I've taught only a few straight off the boat African kids, and they were, obviously way better kids. That's the damn truth.
Exactly.
Yeah. I would
Thank you.
tell anybody who's young, if you're thinking about teaching, especially if you're a black man, don't let people trick you. You don't owe these little nigglets in America nothing. Go somewhere where you're appreciated. Go to Qatar, go to Saudi Arabia, go somewhere where you're gonna get paid a lot. And but
what about the ones that are coming? It's like now, because some of the Negroes, they say they are investors coming into Africa, but it looks like they are running out of money. So so do you think Africa would be a better fit for most of the Negroes coming these days?
No, it's the American black generally has an air or aura of superiority, and a lot of it is based on just nothing really. And you are right to a degree. It's not like they're coming over there and they're coming over there for industry at a high level. They're really coming over there to party and smoke weed and fuck women. That's pretty much what it is. That's why they've gone to Dominican Republic doing that, and eventually they go to Africa. Generally when African American men travel out of state, it's just for pussy. It's not for like you said, the Lebanese and other groups of people are doing, like building stuff or contributing at a high level to the economy.
But the single moms are coming too. Like I'm like, what the hell? What the single moms are moving with their kids too.
It's for the same thing, Afridamus. Chaotic Truth, this is the first time I'm actually, aligning. You are aligning with me.
Look, Chaotic is usually trolling you. Okay, you gotta watch his show.
Well, yeah, but like I said, some of the things you guys are saying is right, and like I said, I'm always going to agree with what I know is the truth, because I actually was in that environment, and I could tell you, man, it's only going to get worse with these little Negroes in America in these schools, man. So I would stay the hell away from them. And truth be told, I wouldn't let a lot of them into these African countries either, man.
That's what I keep saying. I'm like, Ghana is saying everyone can come,
No.
but I'm like, no, you don't know what you are in for.
I saw a beautiful video the other day. It was an African American couple who moved to Rwanda, and they built a coffee shop, and it was a nice coffee shop. And
I've seen that video too. Yeah, something like that.
And I said the only reason why if I were, I don't know how the economies of some of these countries work, like Rwanda, but I would only want African Americans if they're coming for business, because other than that, like a place like Rwanda is it's beautiful. It's no litter. It's orderly now, and mind you, 30 years ago it was absolutely chaotic over there. It was a fucking genocide taking place. So you don't need violent Negroes coming over there matriculating through the populace, because then they're gonna bring that ignorance over there. So no, you just need people who are business owners or people who are in the sciences or something like that. But no,
the thing with African countries, if you come there, for you to really, as a foreigner, you didn't come with money, business, I don't think you would last long, because homelessness ain't pretty over there. Some are already, I heard, are homeless there. I've seen some of the black British. I've seen two over there when I went to Gambia who are homeless. I guess they are mentally off. So in a way, they're just roaming about. Maybe they are safer in Africa now.
But guess what they do? They in return go back to their embassies, right? So if they are from United States, they go to United States embassy. How are you claiming that you are going back to your home place? You don't want to see white people, but when things don't go here, you want to go to your embassy that is run by white people. And it's just crazy, this double standard. These people come in with double standard. A friend of mine called me from Central Africa. This is what happened in Central African Republic.
Well, Judah, the issue is it's like the relationship is like a child and a father. Like they are, no matter what their father gave them, spoiled child. I hate you. That's the relationship they have with the whites. So these people you see, they say white supremacy, America is racist, all things. When things start going left, you're right. Who do they run to?
Right. This is the thing, right? Can African Americans replace what the Chinese are doing? A friend of mine from Central African Republic, they just killed 9 Chinese miners mining in Central African Republic, and the people in Central African Republic say they want African Americans to come and take over Chinese. But can African Americans do it? Do they have the technology? Do they have the engineer? Can they actually? Nope, they don't. That's why when this lady go to Ghana and say, oh, he's doing what kind of international business? Doing kente clothing. Come on, man. Kente clothing are things that normal Ghanaian citizens are doing. In Ghana,
there are blacks here that want to wear kente cloth,
it's here goes the answer. Just a question. The African Americans don't even want to work. They look down upon that type of work. Mm-hmm. Like for example, artisan mining or mining with regulations. Blacks aren't going to do that, because even in America, jobs like that whites do. For example,
there you go. They don't have the mindset.
They don't want to do jobs like that. They don't want to do jobs like that. So no, they're going to come over there and be lazy and shiftless when it comes to those types of jobs, especially because they're not paying as much over there. If I'm not, So no, they're going to come over there and be smoking weed all day, if you ask me. Yeah.
Hey, Chaotic, you remember Nat Turner?
Yeah.
Nat Turner, he said, a lot of black immigrants in America, I'm going to try to read this. He said, a lot of black immigrants in America is on welfare and on Section 8. And I have seen wearing sandals with their dirty, big, ugly feet, and they stink a lot. Now, Turner, you must be living in Tupelo, Mississippi. Yeah. Like, what the hell? Who's walking around with flip-flops on? Get out of here.
He's
Yeah.
talking about Section 8 and all these food stamp. Let me tell you what happened. Do you know that most African Americans, the ones that are moving to Africa, do you know that they still get this Section 8 and unemployment benefit? That's what they use in living in Africa. They get they get unemployment benefit, they sell their food stamps and send the money back to the ones in Africa. That's what they are doing. So when they go to Ghana, Ghanaians are depending on them, thinking, oh, they are rich. But these are the things that unemployment. They tell the government that, oh, they are not working, and they move to Ghana and all these countries. And that's what they use in living over there. It's just crazy, man. It's just crazy.
That's just wild. Guys, we're gonna be wrapping it up here. Carol, thank you.
You see,
Thanks for coming.
Chaotic, really, first time. Chaotic, have you ever been to Nigeria, really?
No, I have not. No.
Okay. I wish you come here one day so that you can maybe see how it look like. Nigeria have changed a lot. Nevertheless, I think you're more experienced. You see, you just have I live here, I went to school here, I went to uni here. I know what's called poverty. When you smell poverty, I don't think you ever want to be a friend of poverty. You know, I walk around, I beg, I'll be on my knees a lot of times, begging people in the office to give me jobs. You know, the way back. Yeah. So one day you see somebody that will help you. But true matter, the Black Americans are coming, they don't know how to really get quiet, shut up their mouth. Go to internet, they insult African men, that African men don't know sign when they're approaching them or when they like them. So these are not the things that, compared to the white people that are coming here, the white people are coming a lot to Africans, but they just accept, because maybe they have everything, because they build all this modern technology, the things they see or whatever they see, they just for them it's an adventure. It's like, whoa, what is this? Some of them sleep sometime on the wooden bed without something, no foam in some of these houses of these people, So that's why I think when these African Americans are here, they can't really meet the big boys, or they can't really create weight that we all, that the guys they're meeting, they're still struggling anyway. So it's a total
like selling kente cloth doesn't require that much skills.
It does not require much skills. So we that are here, I've been to America, I've been to the courses in Europe, I know that is being there and everything. I know what it is, I know what it is. Even when I met my wife in Nigeria through job or work in the same place, but I still understand it still take her time to figure, because in Africa, it's a total different culture. The culture she grew up with, culture I grew up with is different, hugging is not our thing. Some kind of attention that I have to learn. So what I'm trying to say is, put it down. If you're a guest, my wife never wanted to put down my village or even speak, oh, Africa people stink even, or said, oh, why here not developed? Because she don't understand all these things take time. All these things take, moment. You understand? We just have
what's this obsession with Africans? Talking about Africans think like they're going around smelling Africans. Like, is that what's going?
Yeah, because that was surprised me. That was because we talk about gay. I'm married for a woman whereby in their country the gays be like. I asked her, how do you pass seriously? He said, yeah, the Dutch people just pass because for let's live, but as long as not in your family. So the truth of the matter is, we just have to see things. They don't have to come to Africa and start insulting Africans. You understand? Because I'm married to a foreigner here. She never really say, "Oh, why you put your fufu stink? Your fufu stink." You understand me? Or your this stink, your that stink. I've never heard or hear or seen or even she have that thought at all.
They give our foods weird names, like they will call some of our foods doo-doo balls. This is the blacks doing
Yeah.
like it's meatball. It's meatball, but because of it's made by us Africans, now it's all of a sudden doo-doo balls. They do stuff. They do stuff like that. Now all of a sudden it's doo-doo balls.
Afridamus, when I take my wife to the village, right? If I take my wife to the village, right, sometime on Christmas Day, right? My mother is the one that come. My father is late, so my mother is the one cooking for us. So then my mother will make, as old African woman, she'll make part of yam. Because my wife is used to eating it. She's eating that kind of food, Then we all just sit. We just sit together. We just eat it. You understand me? And normally, she even prefer the cassava more one. Because the cassava one have more strong hold on even, you understand? So she just eat it. We just have a nice time and everything, when I go to their own country also, I also enjoy what the parents are making there. I just eat it, So it's just, life is not to come and criticize, because it's Black Americans have different culture.
No, they don't even taste. They will cut your food out, man.
I think, hey, Judah and Kidola, I think I'll miss you guys. He said, Kidola and Judah are pure village boys living in America. Airplane.
Who said it?
Al, your friend.
Okay.
That's Al. Al is something else.
I will show you the video of my house and everything here. So what I try to say is this sort of, I make a joke. Oh yes, truly.
Look, Al is just clowning. Al, when Al sees you and Judah, he I don't know what you guys did to Al, but he always have to get you guys.
Kidola, you remember in that Wakanda panel one time that was the Al that said Nigeria did not do nothing for Sierra Leone, and you talk about how Nigeria saved their war country. You remember, right?
We clash. We don't clash because when I hear about Sierra Leone, I love Sierra Leone because I've never been to Sierra Leone. When I hear about Sierra Leone,
it's beautiful. I grew up there partly.
Yeah, I know most of their presidents, right? I know the names of the teachers in school. Yes, I see it in the video. You understand? I like Liberia, I like Sierra Leone, I like most Africans. Judah, if you come to Lagos, right? In Lagos, we have different type of people here. You understand me? Different type of people. I have a Gambian guy here. Normally we eat together, but he's married to a Nigerian woman. You understand me?
Wow.
That we do this together, sometime. You understand?
Right.
There are different type of people here. So in Lagos, we don't really know who is who, but as long it's all about how to make small money, for the side. That's just all. So when I think about your country, I've never been to Ghana, but I like Ghana a lot also. You understand? So to be honest,
Judah is Cameroon.
I've never been to Cameroon at all. But that's one thing because I work with Total F. Total F, when they apply you first, when you work with them for a little bit, they will send you to France. You understand me? For courses, for development. I also been to Germany, the United States, yes, a lot there. Holland, yes. You understand me? So I ever come holiday here in the Dutch. You understand me? So what I'm trying to say is this: we just have time. I've been working there now for about 27 years. I've been working where I'm working now, but not. I start as offshore. The one in the rings. You understand me?
Right.
In a Bonny Island. That's where I started from. You understand?
Yeah, that's good, man.
That's a very dirty job.
You started from the bottom. Now you're here.
I started from the bottom. I started from the bottom, bro. I started from the bottom.
That's right.
For a very long time there. So what I'm trying to say is, it's not just that when you work there, you just have the money. Doesn't mean that I work there. I'm okay. You understand me? I'm okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not super rich or rich. I'm okay. I can afford a good car. I can afford a home. I can pay my children's school fees. I can take care of my mother and can take care of my distance cousins and everything when they need help. That's just all. You understand?
Yeah,
That's our life live here.
The
Yeah.
thing with this guy, the thing with this Al guy, you know, he's a small boy, nincompoop who wants to
Hold
make
on, hold
Sierra
on.
Leone money,
Judah, wait. So Judah, you say Al, yesterday you said something in the you said Al, you were like, Al, stop talking because, you know, to allow the person with the real African accent. So your accent is superior to his accent on this channel?
Of course, man. When I speak, people know I'm African, right? This guy wanna speak. He's still being colonized with the accent that he is speaking. You know, I mean, the guy that have
No, but
lived, you
that's
know,
a fuller accent. That's his fuller accent.
come on, man. The guy that claimed that he lived in
That's
Sierra
America.
Leone and
Huh?
he claimed that he lived in Sierra Leone and ran to Guinea Conakry during the war and went to UK as a refugee. Is now speaking English more than an English person. You know, come here and want to tell us about Africa and all these things, man. Ali is just a little small boy. You know, nincompoop.
Afridamus, ask America. Is that America? What is it?
America.
America eats a lot of Dutch food. Do you know a food called Peter Baller and the cashew flip? Yes.
You know, Kidola, you have to stop. You can't be saying all these European foods. The blacks are gonna be jealous and mad. You know, the blacks are jealous and mad at you right now because you eating that good Dutch food.
No, Afridamus, one thing I noticed about the white people, they can just eat like 2 slices of bread with maybe with little, just tiny butter on it, maybe with one chicken fillet. Then with that can be like a lunch. You understand me? That could be like a lunch. That's what I just noticed. You know, I was like shocked at the beginning. You know, they don't have like a salad, a lot of greens, a lot. You know,
it's good for the health.
Yeah, it's good for the health. I was like, okay, you know, pounded yam like that and all this kind of big rice and big bowl rice and put it down, be swallowing it, you know. Then I'll just have to follow the flow, you know, then we start making lists. But anyway, I'm really, I don't think if I'm with Nigeria woman, man, just forget it, man.
You know, remember a guy named Gas Them Up?
Oh, the guy
he said he was complaining they should ban fufu because these are not African.
He was giving cancer. That guy is giving Gary. He said Gary.
You know, he said I should buy this food. That's the food my grandfather eat. He died at the age of 95. You understand? It's not about you eating it. It's about you. It's about you eating it, then walking out with it. You have to see when you eat all this food, right? You need to have to use it. Because our ancestors, they were using it to farm. You understand? They were using it to farm. Because I don't farm, I just use it to run. You know, I do jogging.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just put my son on the bicycle. You know, then I just run after him like a horse. You understand me? You know, I just run after him for about 10 kilometers straight up. Then I come back, take shower, then I rest again.
So, Kidola, I didn't know you used to go to the Wakandan channel too. I cannot imagine you being welcomed there. I
was there. That lady says something. She's crazy, man. You know, that lady is crazy.
I was there.
Judah was like her best friend, right? You know, I was like, because she was talking about Africa, but the moment the president of Ghana asked for reparation and all these things, she go bananas.
Wait, when Ghana's president asked for that reparation, she wasn't happy.
Yes.
I thought we are all brothers and sisters.
She has changed, and she's also a very good friend to Juliet, you know. So when I talk about Juliet, she was very hostile. I think nobody's coming there anymore because she's crazy. That lady.
But you see, the thing is like, you know, the blacks, they used to pretend we all good until the reparation talk. It's like we are family until when the reparation talk started. They're like,
they said Africans be claiming reparations.
She also has Hebrew Israelite also. She's Hebrew Israelite. You understand?
The blacks totally rejected us because of reparation. No shame.
That lady, she's crazy, man. Very, very crazy. She and her friend called Samantha, they're both crazy. They only talk about Egypt and all these things, you know, like, okay, Wakanda. She pretend to cry like she cares about Africa. No, really, there's meta issue going on in United States.
But Judah was the co-host. I heard Judah. They said Judah was just on point.
Judah was asking them to come and take the land of his village. You know, I'm like,
you're joking. The same Judah here.
Judah was asking the lady, come and take my land in my village with force. I was shocked. Judah, what are you talking about? Your king will never allow you. Come and take the land in my village by force. You like it or not? I said, okay. How? There, Judah was crashing there. I think for the 2 days or 3 days I was there. I said, Judah, your king will not even permit you to even do this. You know?
Oh yeah.
So Judah was giving away the village, the whole village.
He was giving away the village. They come see us already. The lady got some matter. She hates me because I'm arrogant. I don't have empathy. You know, I'm not emotional. I'm like, sorry.
You know what? No wonder. Hey, was A86 Lion also there giving away Cameroonian land with Judah?
No, was Judah giving Cameroonian land?
A86 Lion doesn't. He does not. He doesn't. He's never with the Pan-African thing giving away the land.
It's just like
I was there.
Yeah,
I was there as well. I was claiming.
I was there. I Sierra Leone land also.
Al likes to give away Sierra Leonean land. I don't understand that.
You would plot jollof rice. He will give them the land. Eat jollof rice to it also because he does not care. You understand me? You see the passport they're giving in that like Akara there now. Is the work of I and Prince Dynasty. You understand me? Then when they come there, I will say, cook their jollof rice. This is real jollof rice, the real one. The real jollof. You understand me? Which is one of the most fake jollof in West Africa. The real jollof comes from Nigeria anyway.
No, Kirola. You know the jollof come from Senegambia, from our area.
No, you put a jacket there. You put so smart and just registered. Nigeria say, whoa.
I thought they said Senegal won the jollof rice contest.
Senegal won.
Yes, they did.
Senegal own it. I think Senegambia own jollof.
Yeah,
right.
It's from the Wolof people, the Jollof Kingdom.
I think
that's where the real jollof rice come from. So all Ghana, Nigeria, they copied it, and fighting each other over it.
They will start fighting the Ghanaians with jollof rice.
You know, Ghanaians do not even have food, so they consider jollof as one of their most important food. In Cameroon, only little kids fight over jollof. We have a lot of fufu and plantains, so we eat all this cocoyam stuff.
So you say Ghana, Judah, why do you always take shots at Ghanaian?
They have no food, man. So they put rice on the priority number one. In Cameroon, rice only little kids, like when they are crying, they say go eat rice. In Cameroon, we have all kinds of rice is not a priority, bro.
So Judah, so in Cameroon, the jollof rice, that's for the kids snacks.
That's for kids that have no teeth, because they just swallow it. They eat and swallow. We have fufu, plantain, cocoyams, cassava. All these things are growing.
But Ghana has that too.
No, Ghana do not have food, man. Ghana do not. They are one of their most important food is wache. Is made out of rice, and that's and their own fufu is made out of plantain and cassava, because they don't even have cocoyams and all these things. So
they have cocoyam in Ghana.
No, come on, man. You cannot compare the food in Ghana with that of Cameroon, bro. And for a fact, you have to go and check it out. Ghana do not have food.
Zogo, you were protecting the other one. This is the real one now. This is the real one. You see, Danes was won over with Sierra Leone kind of food, cassava
leaf. In Sierra Leone, let me tell you, I would hands down Sierra Leone, cassava leaf, potato leaf. People say cassava, but over there we say cassada. That's how we know you are real Sierra Leonean. Okay. Cassada leaf, potato leaf. Sierra Leone, mostly the leaves with palm oil.
Man, you guys eat all the leaves, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, lots of leaves. And
I'm
telling you, it tastes really good. I'm telling you.
You see
is
the kind of
evolved.
leaves we eat in Cameroon or maybe Nigeria. You guys don't eat it. We eat bitter leaf. We don't eat. You don't see
No, we
nobody
eat
eating
bitter leaf.
cassava leaf in
We
Cameroon.
eat bitter
Right?
leaf
We
too.
eat bitter leaf. We have like pumpkin leaf. That's what we eat in
Yeah,
bitter leaf.
So Judah, you guys are like Chinese of Africa. You guys eat it all.
Cassava leaf is for pig. If you ask Cameroonians online, nobody eat cassava leaf in Cameroon, man. Like cassava.
So wait, Judah, what's this thing about? Everything that is good in West Africa, in our West Africa, you guys don't eat it. No, what is this? Maybe you guys should start eating this. That might stop the war.
No. What war are you talking about? You want to pay?
Keep talking. I gotta answer.
Don't see the physique of West African and Cameroon and Central African, bro. Francis.
Afridamus, you should bring I to come and defend Sierra Leone with the jollof rice. You know, if you are Black American, I'm inviting you to Nigeria to come and do your year of return in Nigeria. We have plenty of jollof rice and pepper soup, amala, with a bar. Anyone you can eat, pardon yam, anything, bush meat, fried fish, buns, owedu, meat pie. Come and do your return. Come and do your year of return in America, in Nigeria, year of return. I will host you, yeah? Pick you for the airport, I'll take you to the National Stadium, make a lot of jollof rice for you people. As long as you people don't hate Africans anymore. You know, one love. Judah, I'm happy that you repent.
Yeah.
You're not giving your land anymore to Wakanda.
Yeah, Kidola, can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, what were you saying?
I said, I'm happy that it seems like Wakanda China is closed.
Oh, I can know. She traveled. She take me and her talk. She was going to Haiti for 2 months, you know, vacation or to check out, you know, a lot of things were happening in Haiti. Yeah, she went to a town. I think it's Haitian. It's up north of Haiti. She did not go to this, but yeah, we're planning to, you know. So yeah, but I'm saying she's in Haiti. So. Yeah, Kidola, you have been on the shoot for long, man, you know, but, you know, I mean, you my guy, man, you know, I'm not going to, you know, even Cameroon and Nigeria, all these things, you know.
No. You know, Cameroon and Nigeria eat the same type of food, you understand, because we are very close, especially the southern part of Cameroon, you understand me? That's what, if you see a Cameroonian person, they almost look like an Igbo man, you understand me? You know?
Yeah, so it's the same people.
Yeah, it's the same people. Cameroon, that southern part of Cameroon and the southern part of Nigeria, especially the Port Harcourt, the Akwa Ibom, which we call the Calabas, and the Igbos, they look very, very alike. You understand me? They're like family, but
like this, like okay, in Nigeria, right? In Nigeria, right? You guys have what they call okazi leaf. This is what we call ero. Ero is one of our national dish. Ero, it's cooked the same. And all this food, man, we have a lot of varieties, man. You just have to Google. When people say, "Oh, come on," we have a lot.
We all eat the same food. I met a Cameroonian girl when I was in uni. Her name was called Koala. You know, that was then. You know, so I asked her a lot about Cameroon and all those things at that time. You know, so she was telling me, you know, that lady is married now, maybe with a lot of children now.
When you start going West Africa, like Gambia, most of these guys eat only rice, like Chipu Jen. Their main dish is rice. Come Sierra Leone, they have only, you know, during the civil war in Sierra Leone, they did not have no food, so any grass was like vegetable to them.
That's
so
not true.
Leaf,
that's not true.
All these,
hold on. I used to live there. That's not true. That's even way before the Civil War. People, you know, cassava leaf, potato leaf, these are all really good leaves. What are you talking about?
I met a Liberian guy that said they eat potato leaf, cassava leaf, all kind of leaves is like food to them. I was like, hell, are you kidding me?
No, you cook
even
it.
In Ghana, they eat
you cook it, it's good.
Oh man. Oh yeah, even in Ghana, they eat even in Ghana, you know, Ghana do not eat vegetables, right? I was talking to a Ghanaian. I was asking, what kind of vegetables do you eat? I mean, vegetable leaves. They are only vegetable leaves they eat is kondome, which is like cocoyam leaves. That's crazy. They don't eat cabbage in Ghana. They don't eat bitter leaf. They don't eat like what their own is just kind of soup. It's not healthy at all, man.
You know
Ghanaian
what?
food is not healthy.
You know what? Should I do a show on the food in West Africa next time?
Afridamus, I will not lie to you, man. Gambia have beautiful women. I will not lie to you.
Oh man, no man, come on. Come on, bro. Me?
Really. Gambia have beautiful
Bro,
women. I'm honest.
are you kidding me, man? No, come on, man.
No, I'm serious. Have you seen how
Really?
beautiful they are? Really, the dark, the very, the shiny. You understand me? Really. Gambia are very
That's
beautiful.
right.
I'm not gonna lie to you. They have
They have beautiful women, but I don't women that I don't like women that are so conservative, so cold, active women. Women that what's up, like what's up, like they.
Some Gambian women was into Nollywood in Nigeria, and they were very, very beautiful. If some of them were into Nollywood. Even Burna Boy, I think one of them was Burna Boy girlfriend or something like that before. You understand me?
And did you guys see the FBA? They are now their leader is now attacking Burna Boy, but I would do a show on that too. Did you guys hear that Tariq Nasheed now went after Burna Boy?
Yeah. I told you. I said he was playing Afrobeat in that so-called hidden museum. He said, "Yeah, I like some Burna Boy music and everything." He just. I told him he's playing Afrobeat. They will come at the FBA like, "Oh no, don't mind those." It's just money. It's the guy. Just
I'm going to do a show on the foods and culture. So that so the blacks can learn too and pick and choose. Because like Judah, you saying we only have rice in Gambia? That's not true. We have varieties. I'm talking, in the morning porridge. Have you had millet porridge? Like me, I'm a stoning. It's really good. Like millet porridge. They make it into ball, like little balls, and they cook it. You put, Al is watching. Al is a fuller. He knows. They
That's
put the
good.
cow
Like the
milk,
Fulani in our country, they want to be familiar with millet.
And also, we have you can do rice and groundnut porridge. Like you pound it together, like you cook that stuff.
Wow,
wow.
Yeah,
Really?
raw. It's raw peanut with rice. You mix them. You grind. They pound it.
It's like you people in Senegal eat the same kind of food, right?
Yeah. We're in Senegal, the same food. You pound it, and we have also what they call nyankatang. Also, we not only jollof rice. We have chew. We have chicken, fish, yassa. You can yassa those.
But what do you eat it with? Like the chicken yassa, you eat it with rice, right?
Yeah, you can eat it with rice. It's good.
I know all West Africa eat fufu.
Yeah, we have fufu in Gambia. Yeah. No, they eat fufu.
But the fufu is being imported by the people that are coming in. Like it's not a dish in Gambia.
Well, it is now.
Yeah, but it never used to be, right?
Huh?
It never used to be a dish in Gambia. Fufu.
Well, okay. For me, like, so I came over from the time, like I said, I spent most of my early childhood in Sierra Leone. So I've already Sierra Leone, fufu is there, gari, all of that. So to me, it's always been normal. It's always been there. So even when I went to Gambia, because my mom makes it, so it's always been there.
You have to understand. Sometimes they might not do it with cassava. That I mean, they might do it with corn. You understand? So
they have the corn. They have the corn porridge also. Where the corn is different from the millet. The corn is different from the millet.
So the corn porridge. What do you guys do? You ground the corn and it turn into powder.
You can turn it into cornmeal. Then they roll rolling it into balls, or you can cook it like sort of like in America. You know what they call grits?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's broken down like, in that, like sort of like the grid size,
Yeah,
so like,
because
okay, so like the grid size, so you cook it, man, that's really good.
for us, right, in Cameroon, we take corn, we use corn in so many varieties. We have a meal that they call fufu corn. We grind the corn and turn it into fufu. We eat it with vegetable, corn millet. And then we can also use it as pap. We can soak the corn in
Pap,
water.
yeah,
Yeah,
pap,
we
yeah.
can soak it in water. Yeah, in Nigeria they call it akamo. It's the same thing in Cameroon. We also use corn. We also use corn for what we call koki corn. It's like more in Nigeria.
Jude, don't give it all. We gotta do a show on this special. We gotta do a.
Okay.
I already have a feeling this is it would be a really, really good show.
Exactly.
Because instead of people always say you guys are monkey meat,
Right.
and also we will explain the what bush meat is, because
Well,
to them,
there you go.
yeah, because even here in America, like people go hunting deer. Deer is bush meat.
It's bush meat. Exactly.
One time I saw an African YouTuber. I'm not gonna say the name because a lot of the Africans also somehow they want to talk about Africa, but they know nothing. So they were trying to show what bush meat is. They themselves don't know what bush meat is. They think it has to be weird. No, it's just
No,
called bush meat
every meat that lives in the
because
bush.
rabbit,
An
even
animal that lives
rabbit,
in the bush.
yeah, rabbits, would be
Rabbit
considered
are
bush
bush
meat.
meat. Yeah.
I used to hunt rabbit when I was small.
Yeah,
So
me
with my
too.
friends,
Me
I would
too.
smoke the matter out of that ground. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
Dig
Mhm.
it and
Smoke them out.
a lot of smoke in this big sort of this big needle make something. Then I start blowing it. You understand me? You
Mhm.
know. Then my friend will be the other side where we take the rabbit to come out. You understand me? Waiting for the rabbit.
You put smoke in the hole.
Put smoke in the hole. We blow the smoke heavily. Then we
And also here in America, they like these people like to say, like the blacks say, oh, bushmeat. People eat alligator here. Like I've had alligator before.
No, yeah, when I was small, I eat alligator.
Alligator nuggets.
Alligator almost if you eat it almost it's almost like fish chicken, something like that.
I've had alligator nuggets.
After that, let me give you this story. You see, when we came to the village side, right? We came in the night. So my mother prepared soup. Was ogbolo soup. The fingers on inside that soup. It was an alligator alligator finger. My wife jumped up. Alligator fingers. You understand me? You know. My wife, when he hold the pot, I told the soup. He saw the fingers. Wow, what is that? I'm like, oh, well. But and I pick the fingers and I, put it in my mouth. I break it. You understand me? I eat it. I said, yeah, we used to eat it. So I said, okay, you don't need to eat this soup. So I asked my mother to bring like a stew, total different type of stew. So you can eat your stew with soup.
That have fish and chicken. That's the one that they can eat.
Yeah, that's what they can. So their food, I eat eagle. My grandfather would set a trap to catch this eagle of a thing. All kind of bush meat. I've eaten everything. So
yeah, even
if you grow up in
even
Africa,
we have some kind of rat that they call is bush rat. The one that is big, rat more. Oh, that one is big.
That's in Gambia. We call that dicks. The is called the Gambian pouch rat.
Oh man, when they roast that one, when they barbecue that one, bro, man. They even in Cameroon they do it on the roadside like those big rat. Oh man, it's nice.
Yeah. Maybe we eat worms, some big worms from the
bush.
From the bush, so kind of big ones from so kind of wood like that, those mighty things, we just eat the same thing, but there's a certain things. If you're not from West Africa, it will shock you. You understand? So if you have to be from West Africa, then you all these things.
But Kidola, let me say, even West Africa, right? Senegal and Gambia, they do not have a lot of bush meat. Most of them do not, because they don't have like forests. They don't have
we have forests. We do, but we yes, in Gambia mostly we eat lot of fish. Fish we eat. The most meats we eat is like cow,
lamb.
Lamb and
Yeah.
goat, chickens, and
Yeah.
turkey.
Judah,
You know.
I think
So like the normal to most people regular,
Judah,
regular meats, like those 3 meats for sure.
Judah, I think Gambians eat like gassing up kind of people. Gassing up is an Ijoma, the water area. You understand me? The water area, they eat fish a lot.
Right.
If you go towards that place, they eat fish with plantain, roasted plantain, cooked plantain. That's what we call it bole. So most of their dishes with huge fish and cream, because they have a lot of water in those areas. You understand? So I think that's similar type of food the Gambians are eating. That's what those people are also eating a lot.
Even in my country,
Yeah.
it's just the fact that most people that live along the coast tend to eat a lot of fish. In
most
Africa.
most Gambians, you cannot get them to eat other type of meat that is outside of cow, sheep, goat, lamb, chicken. Like after that, you're pushing it. They probably will not eat it.
After that, you were talking about gassing up. Gassing up at the time didn't like his American accent. They want to come to the broken accent.
Gas them up. He always, when he's ready, he
from one planet to another.
He start having the thick. He tried to do the pigeon accent. I'm like, who is this man?
It's a Banner Boy brother. He's from the same area.
He goes to search for whose channel he want to speak FBA. Come to you want to speak African. Like, man, what the heck is going on?
But guys, we're gonna wrap it up. We'll be over 5 hours, but we'll have to do a show on this.
Yeah, that's a good show, man. I enjoy your show a lot, and even my children even know much about your show now. They know from that show.
Yeah,
I don't leave the living room, maybe be somewhere, quiet and do my own thing. That's where I feel more airy, man. Judah, please forgive I, Judah tribe, defeat your tribe. That's what you had to say.
You're starting a war.
No, just to tell I, just to give guy I the goodbye. So she take that to as take it to your bed and sleep well with it. And think about Judah defeating your tribe.
Al is a little boy, man, little Nikom. I've defeated Al in all panels, so he want to come around and keep talking, right? This is in Cameroon. This is what the Cameroonians did to the Fulani. This is what most Africans don't know. If you see most African countries, you see how the north is mostly Muslims, the south is mostly Christians. If not of the Bantus, like in Cameroon, like the Muslims will have spread all the way down to most countries in the south of Africa, and people have to fight. So there was a fight between the Fulani Muslim who were forcefully converted the Bantus into, the Islam, to convert them into Islam. So people had to fight. The Bantus had to dig trenches, like big holes, where these Fulani, because they have horses and all these things, so they come with their horses at night and they have to fall in these holes. And what we did was carry hot water and pour inside this hole and cover them up. So this is how we defeated Al people. And Al, if you have a problem with that, that's on you. We are done with that topic. But Afridamus, let me say something about how these people come into Africa and they talk about they have investment. Afridamus, me and you have investment more than these people. Me and you, the kind of money that if we are going back home to Africa, we carry. These people do not carry. They don't have the money to. They cannot build industries. They live on hand to mouth. They go to Africa and do the same things that the Africans are already doing on the continent. In Ghana, you see these people going to Ghana and opening kente clothing. These are things that Ghanaians were doing before these people are coming in. So
are they taking the jobs from the Ghanaians? You saying?
I mean, I'm not gonna say take the jobs because I also live in America as well, but Ghanaians should reason. They shouldn't be welcoming. They shouldn't be bringing in people that have no sense. Because in America, if you are coming into this country, they ask you, what are you coming for? What level of education do you have? What what are your plans? What to know your business mindset? What kind of business, or are you coming in as immigrant for what? And all these things. Now you have people going into Ghana. A lot of people are going in. Now they are having dissatisfaction. They are causing it. So it's causing havoc and all these things. In years to come, Ghana is going to be a chaotic country. If care is not taken, other countries are going to suffer, and especially the neighboring countries. Me and you remember when St. James was talking about how Ghana is doing this. Ghana is not, this is the thing about Ghana. Ghana is stopping even other African countries from coming into Ghana, but they want to show their support to the diaspora and stuff like that. They have problems with Nigerians opening stores in their countries and all these things and all.
You know what? I've heard two Niger complain about that several times.
Right.
And he gets, in his two Niger mode, he gets very, very worked up when that topic comes. But he complains about that.
It's very frustrating, but this is the thing, right? We just hope that these people that are coming in, like I said, they don't have budget, they don't have nothing. It's just but Africans are still seeing them like superior. When I say Africans, this Ghana, Sierra Leone, because other countries are not calling for them to come and develop. Even if we don't develop, we know that we are still better off, because the people that you find in Cameroonians and other countries. So thank you, Afridamus, for letting me
don't you want the food system to improve in Cameroon, like bringing in blacks that can add new list to some maybe new cooking, like soul food?
Oh no, come on. Cameroonians eat more healthy food than African Americans. What are they coming to teach you? Obesity or what? What kind of food do these people eat, man? What the heck are you talking about, man?
Like they can come and add on to the new dishes there.
No. They don't have no kind of dishes that we have. Most of the greens that they probably, I don't know if they eat it or not. We have more vegetables than
collard green. The blacks eat collard green.
We have like I said, we have greens we have pumpkin leaves, we have all kind of leaves like arrow, bitter leaf, sweet bitter leaf.
See, we don't eat pumpkin leaf. Where I'm from, we don't eat pumpkin leaf.
Yeah, pumpkin
what do you
leaf
make
is very
what
healthy.
do you make it? What do you make out of it?
Okay, like let me tell you, like my home village, like what my traditional meal is even that pumpkin leaf. We don't eat like the whole leaf, we eat the soft leaf, and then it's like vegetable. You put it in hot water, you cook it a little bit, and then take it out and then fry it like in vegetable oil, put some spices in it, and you can eat it with fufu, or you can eat it with like boiled plantains or boiled yam. And that's just, but some people cook it, put peanut butter in it, like they make the paste, the peanut butter paste, and then take out the pumpkin vegetable leaves and put it inside the paste, and put a lot of spices in, and eat with boiled plantains as well. We eat a lot of chewing food in my country, like boiled plantains, cocoyams, cassava.
Do you guys eat the pumpkin itself?
Yeah, we eat the pumpkin itself, like we boil it. We boil the pumpkin and eat it. We also
I've had it. Boiled pumpkin is good.
Yeah, boiled pumpkin is good, man. We eat it a lot. Like we eat it. It's good. We also have soup, like egusi soup, peanut soup.
Oh, you guys copied the Nigerians with that, the egusi.
Why will we copy Nigerians, of which Cameroon produce a lot of pumpkin? The pumpkin that I'm telling you is what egusi comes from.
Well, that egusi is from Nigeria. It's from Yoruba land.
No, it's not from Nigeria. It's not. There's nothing. Okay, it's like me saying you eating chicken from Senegal.
Jude, that slipped out. You just accept. You guys stole this one from Nigeria. I think egusi's origin is from Ghana.
No, you said what origin is from Ghana?
Egusi originally.
Oh man, come on, man. Ghanaians do not even know what egusi is. You see, it comes from Ghana. Like it's like me telling you that it's like me saying that Chipu Gen is from Senegal. No, it's not from Senegal.
Yes,
You
it
guys
is.
eat
It
Chipu
is.
Gen as well.
No, it is from Senegal, though.
Oh, okay, okay. If it's from Senegal, but egusi is not from Nigerians. Might be eating egusi soup.
Our signature that we in Gambia, our signature is domoda. Have you heard
What's
of domoda?
No.
Oh boy. Peanut butter soup. Peanut butter soup. Domoda.
It sounds like doodoo to me. What is domoda?
Peanut butter soup.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's good.
No, of course we eat so we place.
I think Cameroon has more food. Nigeria has more food than you guys.
No, Nigerians have more food than Nigeria. Nigeria means Nigeria come. You ask Nigeria, pepper is food, and Cameroon pepper is coming from Cameroon. Cameroon import a gari in Nigeria. Nigerians talk of gari. Nigeria best gari is called Cameroon gari. Even if you can go and watch their movie, they read in their movies, they tell you Cameroon gari is more quality in Nigeria than their own gari.
No, when it comes to Gary, I gotta give that to Ghana. I think your Boost Mobile Wi-Fi is losing it again.
It's not, but this is the thing, right? When you guys talk of Gary, people will think it's Nigeria, but Cameroon produce most of these things and send it to Nigeria and all these things. You know, the only thing that I give to Nigeria when it comes to is yam. Nigeria have one of the best yam. Even Cameroon gets yam from Nigeria. You know, their yam is good. You know, but when it comes to other food, no, come on, man. Cameroon has even plantains. Nigeria get most of their plantains from Cameroon. What are you talking about?
You know what? I'll do a show on this to prove it, because Judah, you seem to think you guys are the best at this. So I'll do this show, and I'm gonna open up the line. You know, Al is gonna come here and school you on some Sierra Leonean dishes.
Okay. Al cannot school me. You're talking about the little boy Al Nikompu guy. School me? Are you kidding me?
You know, then Zongo will come in and school you about Ghanaian food. Obviously, Kidola is gonna come and lay it all out. See, Kidola, he's double dipping. He's doing the Dutch food, and the blacks are watching. They are so mad at him that he's eating the white woman's food.
You want to be like Tona? What was it? Nate Tona said, "Do they have ice cream?"
Not Tona. not Tona.
Yeah, do they have ice cream? Do they have ice cream in Africa and ambulance?
Yeah, he want to make sure when he overdosed on sugar, the ambulance would be there to take him. he's not. Do you blame him? He's he's making sure at least Natona is smart, right? He's asking questions that relate to him. He's making sure that's covered. But you got other people who they just say Africa, they just going with their hype. Natona is asking relevant questions. He likes ice cream, and ice cream is gonna raise his blood sugar. He wants to make sure that an ambulance would be close by to take him to a hospital. So, but thank you, Judah.
See this Al guy on the panel say Cameroon is not known for everything. If it's not for Cameroon, they wouldn't even know Africa in terms of football. Come on, this guy. What's Afridamus? I don't want to talk much about Sierra Leone.
Congo was the first African country to go to the World Cup.
What? Are you kidding me? Okay, if they go, what happened? If they go, what happened? Who? How many of their players do you know? Tell me one of their players that made it in that World Cup.
King Cambo.
Bro, come on, man. This guy is talking about Cameroon is not. I've never heard about that name, Kikambo or whatever.
They went to the World Cup. They're the first African country to.
Yeah, what impact did they have though?
They were the first one. They won a couple of games. Yes, that's an
Oh man,
impact.
come on, man. You talking about Cameroon put Africa on the map?
Look,
A
do
guy
that,
from
do
Sierra
that,
Leone.
do that, do
Wanna
that.
come here and
You cannot.
disrespect Cameroon? Are you kidding me?
There's no. You cannot take that from Congo. They were the first, and that's already etched in stone. It's written. It's
Oh
written
man,
in
you watch
history.
the match today.
They were the first ones.
You watch the qualification games today, man. Mali, did you guys play?
I didn't watch. Don't
Oh
tell
man,
me the
Cameroon
score.
just Guinea-Bissau won Nigeria in Abuja 1-0, man. That's crazy today. Cameroon had 1-1 draw with Namibia in Yaoundé. That's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Namibia, hey, Cameroon, this is no longer in the 90s, man. We all got the game down pat. You know what I'm saying? Like it's no longer, Roger Miller, Omambik, Kanambik, Fede. Nah, it's no longer that era. Now,
Makanaki, all those players,
yeah.
man.
Now everybody,
It's a
now,
disgrace, you know.
even you see, even Gambia, how Gambia is playing. We got our ball game up. So step by step.
But this is the thing, right? When countries catch draw with Cameroon or even win Cameroon, they go home and rejoice because to win Cameroon is not easy,
Well, that's fine. Pretty soon it will be easy. You guys would be as easy as Manchester United. Thank you. Bye. Guys, that was Jude. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, man. I didn't even want to stay up till, and I didn't want to stay this long, but you guys know the conversation is so good. And at some point I gotta, stop it. If not, we'll be here forever. But I will see you guys here tomorrow. Please make sure you like and subscribe. And as you guys know, man, the topics, we touch on all aspects. We don't have to necessarily just talk about, one thing. We can talk about food. We can talk about groups, all kinds of stuff. So, and I also want to thank all the people that super chatted to support the show, the panelists, and all the viewers. Until next time, I'm your host, Afridamus. I'll see you guys. Peace.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled up. Big flex, my